I will shoot you straight. I'm very tired. I haven't been able to fall asleep. So it's very early my time. Right now it is 6:50 a.m. in Bucharest, Romania, live from the Booksmart's Airbnb compound. And today the plan is to listen to a little bit of better discourse, something I always advocate for in this stream, surely. So we should be able to enjoy it, right? I'm sure that like if they name the whole show Better Discourse, it'll probably be at least somewhat better than what we see on Twitch. It's a live event. Money is spent on the people and probably the moderators and the setup and the venue and it should be good. It's better, right? Cope? Yeah. I know it's not going to be, but it has Destiny in it. So, maybe it won't be that bad. I don't know. We'll see, dude. We'll see. I haven't watched any of it, so I have no expectations going into it. I think I saw like one clip on Reddit. That's about it. Again, I'm super tired. I'll try to stay chill this stream, okay? The last stream, in case you missed it, I did a bit of a just chatting thing with the chat and answered some questions and took some hard-hitting arguments from the chat and kept my cool the whole time. Had a little sticky note in front of me reminding me to stay cool, treat everybody kindly. And I think I'll do something similar today, put one of those sticky notes on there. But I am very, very tired, so it may not be that difficult to stay chill, but we'll see. I take it you pre-watched. Nope. With something memey like that, honestly, I wouldn't. And I would like tell you guys on Twitter and stuff if I pre-watched it. Like if I pre-watch something, it tends to be that there's a lot of effort going into it. So if you're telling me it's entertaining, I'll take your breath for it. Don't hold your breath for better, Book. Eek. The YouTube chat is not very optimistic today. If you are a V Omega Lol D person, I guess you could skip ahead and see if I go nuts or not. Then that's, you're right. Generally, there will be timestamps, at least for the majority of you that catch this on the VOD. I work hard on those. If you appreciate it, I would also appreciate your patronage on Patreon or donations. Any of the above. Links in the description. So I'll bring up some music in front of us. I have been working a lot in the background, and one of the things I've worked on is updating all of our commands. So we have a shenanigans command and a Jacob command and a jargon command. We have all sorts of commands to explain basic things I explain all the time. A notion command, a notes command. We have all sorts of commands now. It's a pain in the ass to add them, but I did it. And it works on both chats, so be happy about that. Now I need to check and see if my Discord sent an message to everybody like it was supposed to. And it didn't. Sick. So that bot doesn't work, unfortunately. I'll send that out right now at live at everyone. Well, you know what? My admins on Discord are getting the paddle. They're getting the paddle. They're getting the shenanigans pistol whip is what they're getting. I'm calling shenanigans on this play. This bot is supposed to work, but it doesn't. Live now, watching Better Discourse. Whoop. Send now. Okay. I watched the whole 8 hours. And I need a lot of drugs to do that. Damn, you must not be feeling too well today then. I saw a part, distinctly terrible discourse. Well, I'm sure they have like the best and brightest that they could get their hands on to speak, right? It can't be that bad. 5 a.m. stream, my favorite. Not mine. Sup, Book, why are we assaulting your staff today? Well, because they put out a bot that doesn't work. Put out a bot that doesn't work. Very disappointing. Very disappointing, Discord staff. Okay. I will put on the music and I will be right back. And then we'll jump into it. I'll let people roll in. In honor of Jacob getting his own command for the music today, which I am shocked and surprised that he hasn't had this whole time. Thank you, Jake me off. Speaking of Jacob.
It's been a year. It feels like we've known each other since middle school.
Yeah, it's almost like we actually did. Yeah, I don't know why you didn't have a command. Picto had a command. I don't know why your music didn't have a command. We play yours a lot, and yours, every single time I play it, people ask about it. And then when I give them the link, Jacob, they go, oh, but none of the tracks that I heard on the stream are on this account, man. Can you get me, like, the private links, man? Why are you holding up the music, man? And I tell him, I don't know. Jacob's a marketing genius. So he decides to private all the tracks that I play publicly. It's a very interesting strat on Jacob's part. Can't say I can decode the myth, the legend that is Jacob Sampson's marketing strategy, but yeah. Catching Bookfucker live for once. Yeah, Pog. Better Discourse event without book smarts? Heavens no. You know, if they invited me, I would do it in an instant. It's calculated? I'm sure it is. Are you ready for pain? Yeah, why not? I didn't even get to take a shower today, dude. I'm stinky as fuck. I couldn't fall asleep, so I walked my ass at 4 a.m. all the way. I think it was like 2 or 3 kilometers away to this fucking shawarma place, and I had shawarma. And then I walked my ass all the way back. And then I laid in my bed, I shit you not, took off my headphones, turned my head, and the alarm went off to wake up. And then I went to the tub, and I got the water running so that it would be hot water. And I shit you not, that water was running for 25 or 30 minutes, and it never got hot. So I just didn't get to take a shower. It was just still ice cold. So I'm not, you know, I'm the fucking Buddha, dude. I feel like I've been sitting outside for fucking 14 days. I haven't moved a fucking muscle. I've been fasting for 18 days. I don't know. I feel like I'm, you know, barely existing. What topic would you want to discuss if you were invited to Better Discourse? Whatever the fuck stupid topic they pick. If they're paying a bunch of money for it, they could pick whatever topic they want. If I were to pick something in the realm of what Better Discourse likes, it would probably be debating the existence or rights of trans people or some bullshit like that. Debate secession from the union. Some fucking stupid rightoid bullshit. I don't know, dude. They can pick the topics. I would rather not be involved with it at all. I wouldn't even want to pick from a list of 50 topics. That's how little faith I have in their ability. I want to just be like, nope, just tell me when I get there. Just fucking hand me a cue card before I go on the stage. And I go, well, when I get to my stream on Monday, I know what I'm telling them. They fucking handed me a cue card, dude. I had no idea what we were going to discuss. I didn't know that fucking 3/4 of this panel was white supremacists. I had no idea, dude. They just told me as I walked on, bro. Sorry. This is like Destiny and NFTs. I am literally just here for the money. Fuck you guys. Oh, shit. Which parts are you watching? I don't know. Whatever you guys link me, we'll do that. Anywho, back to the music. Let me go ahead and find some tracks by Jake Me Off, because I have to go into the DMs to get that kind of information. Jake Me Off. All right. Let's go ahead and listen to one of his newer tracks. This is Witchy version 2. Enjoy. Exclamation point, Jacob.
Go ahead.
Again, if you enjoyed that track, it is titled Witchy V2 by Jacob Sampson. You can get more information about Jacob by doing !Jacob in either the YouTube or the Twitch chat. That'll give you his links. Jacob's in chat at the moment. Wave hi to Jake Me Off. Very clever name. He's working on getting all those tracks up in public for all you party people to rock out to on your own time. Although I've enjoyed the pleasure of having them privately accessible on the channel, though I do bitch and whine about his marketing strategy. That's more out of interest for Jacob than it is, anything else. Oh, that's actually a thing. Yeah, it is. It definitely is. We need book smarts and street smarts to join together in holy matrimony. Yeah, sure. Why not? I think that's James Brown. And, yeah. I have no idea. I know nothing about music. Do you stream exclusively for people? I don't know if you have the right to say that, bro. No. This is an NA-friendly time, dumbass. Oh, I haven't written my sticky note to be nice yet, so you'll have to forgive me. No, this is definitely a North America time. For Pacific Standard Time people, this should be around 10 p.m. So, no. You are just globally unaware. El Grixor. You would expect somebody with a name like El Grixor to be aware of what North America times are, but evidently not. Booksmarts, you would have made a really fun candy kid. Is that some kind of euphemism? Have fun. I'll be listening while I try to sleep. Yeah, well, good luck with that, internet chick. It's 1 a.m. here, 1 a.m. EST. Yeah, well, everybody on the East Coast is a fucking loser. So there you go. That's why you're all still up and listening to this. I'm trying to get out all of the rage before I put up my sticky note to be nice. Can we preemptively call shenanigans on NFTs? Why would we talk about NFTs? Who cares about fucking scams, dude? What we do to you book. Yeah, exactly. It's a rave thing? Oh, are NFTs a rave thing now? Doesn't surprise me that community's into them. I just come from work. Go easy on me, please. Well, sorry, bro. East Coast discrimination indeed. Anywho, without further ado, I'm going to shake it up a little bit. Shake it up. I'm going to put on a little bit of our friend PictoChat. If you'd like more information about PictoChat and their music, feel free to do ! Picto. Spell that with an O, spell it with a 0. Should work either way. As soon as we've gone through a couple of these tracks, I should be back, and then we will jump into it, okay? Talk to you guys in a bit. Then we will get into the Better Discourse panel. Ooh. If you have timestamps that you'd like me to jump to for good spots in this 8-hour shit show, have them at the ready. Put them in your notepad, put them in your Notion document, scribble them on SAI, whatever you got to do. Put those aside and have them at the ready, because when I come back, we'll jump into that. For now, Picto. Enjoy.
Like elastic, target like I'm DOA, target like it's practice. Practice like the NBA, get it in the basket. Okay, boomer, I think you're a loser. I'm talking about a gun, not a real ruler. I feel like a Uzi Vert, it's a Frank Mueller. I feel like I'm smoke perp, cause I got a boner. I'm a motherfucking boner, yeah. I'm a bust like a boner, yeah. Going hard like a boner, yeah. Standing tall like a boner, yeah. Stone like a match, fly like a rover. Last target like I'm guilty, it's practice. Get it in the basket. Stone lit like a match, fly like a rover. Stretch like last target like I'm DOA, target like it's practice.
Who is ready for the stream? I am. Me, over here in the back. Camera. Hello. Ooh, I definitely need a light. Hello. Booksmarts, professional streamer, by the way. Been doing this for over 2 years. Can you believe it? Over 2 years I've been doing this show. Hope you guys enjoyed that. That was, of course, by Picto. The earlier songs in the stream were by Jacob. You can use exclamation point Jacob to get Jacob's information and exclamation point Picto with an O or a 0. Whether you'd prefer to spit respect on his name, give him the 0 he deserves, or use an O. Say, fuck it, dude. I'm a phonetic speller. Either way, you can use that command in either chat. We are live on YouTube and Twitch.com and .tv respectively. Exclamation point Picto for more information on that. You like that last track? It was titled Boner. Boner, everybody. Who's hungry? You guys know who's hungry? No. It's not the racial group you're thinking of. It's the Romanians. I was just outside and I witnessed a time-honored tradition of the folks around here. Pigeon fishing. You ever heard of it? Well. When the sun rises, the pigeons go out and they're hungry, okay? So what you go ahead and do is you take a laundry basket, one of the woven variety, kind of light, tie a string to the end of it, throw it outside with some breadcrumbs in it, maybe the crusts, make yourself some sandwiches. But you're going to need meat for those sandwiches, and that's what the crusts are for. Throw them in there. An unlucky pigeon finds its way into your laundry net, and then just real quick, you yank that shit back in. I watched this fella take that pigeon by the head and pull it behind some curtains from the 70s and do God knows what with it. Probably make a sandwich. Crazy shit you see in Romania. So that's who's hungry. All right. And if you, viewers, are hungry for words, then you're going to enjoy this stream, because today we're going to be listening to a lot of them by some people who we would rather not have the ability to say all the words they're going to say. That's right. We're going to be listening to the Better Discourse panel. Now, it's a very, very long one, 8 hours, and doesn't start till about an hour and 15 minutes in, kind of like a Booksmart stream on a good day. So, yeah. Booksmarts, they taste exactly the same as dark chicken. That's my favorite kind of chicken. As long as they haven't eaten much trash. Well, they're filled up with breadcrumbs, so can't be that bad. I mean, people eat breadcrumbs all the time. Hell, we feed them to pigs, and those are yummy as fuck. Booksmarts, I just wanted to say that I appreciate the criticisms you've onboarded and addressed, and it's noticeable on stream. It's super impressive, Bookie. Thanks. One of the criticisms that I get is, Book Smarts, you're a little mean. What's going on? You're sourer than a set of Italian grapes. What's going on with that, bro? Well, I've been working on it. I've been working on myself. Part of that is writing myself a little bit of a sticky note that says, don't get angry. Breathe. So I'll put that in front of me. Try to remember not to get too angry. Wake up my neighbors, who on this lovely Sunday morning are likely trying to get as much sleep as they can on God's day. On God. All right. I'll put that right on the monitor there. You guys can see what I'm seeing. Bloop. Don't get angry, comma, breathe. Proper punctuation on my sticky notes. Put that on the monitor because we're going to need it today. Bread is terrible for pigeons, isn't it? Well, they're not going to see the long-term side effects of that when you snap their neck and put them into a sandwich, are they? Anything interesting happened during the stream? No idea. If you mean this stream, probably not. I haven't seen it. I haven't pre-watched it. I saw like one clip on Reddit. That's about it. Trying the Bill Burr approach. What is the Bill Burr approach? Sound angry all the time. I don't think you're sour, Bookie. I think you just care a lot. Sometimes you can care too much, and that's not a crime. Surely it's not. You added a shenanigans exclamation point. I did, because people needed to explain to them, and I'm sick of explaining it. And yeah, we definitely needed a command for that. Get angry, don't breathe. Well, you can only be angry for so long with that kind of technique. I guess there's two ways to stop being angry. You breathe very carefully, or you just don't breathe at all. Book, get some good sleep. No, I haven't gotten any sleep. I have this unfortunate thing where if I know I have a morning stream, which this is, I had to wake up at 6:15 a.m. At least that was the plan if I had gone to sleep. When I have an early morning stream, if I don't get to bed like pretty early, by my standards, I just stay awake. And I stayed awake the whole time. I talked about that at the beginning of the stream. Took a long walk 2 or 3 kilometers away to go get me some shawarma. Took a long walk back. And by the time I got here, my alarm rang to wake me up. Went to go start a bath for myself, start a bit of a shower, ran the water for 30 minutes. And I got no hot water. So I said, fuck it. We'll do it live. We'll just do this stream and we'll get through it. I have those same headphones. They're great. Well, I'm happy to have you being nice about my purchasing decisions. In Paper Tiger, Bill Burr describes how he tried it be less angry. Don't get angry, book smarts. Not everybody can type. One of the ways was drawing a smiley face and then posting it to the dashboard of his car. Interesting. I'm going to hold my breath for the rest of the stream. Well, you're going to be holding your breath for quite some time. You should maybe pause midstream and take a nap. Well, I'll probably be pausing midstream on the stream we will be watching, and then I will take a nap. That's certainly in the cards. How much sleep do you usually get a night? Like 10 to 12 hours. I go to bed at like anywhere between 3 and 5 o'clock in the morning. And then I wake up at between 4 and 5 something p.m. So I usually get solid sleep because I just don't set an alarm and I just sleep until I wake up. And then I wake up and I go, ugh, what's that feeling? No. A comfy ass bed. Sure is nice to wake up in a comfy ass bed. I'm going to go to sleep for 2 more hours. And then I go to sleep for 2 more hours. I love my sleep. I love it so much. In the van, which in case you didn't know the Book Smarts lore, I used to live in a van. And then I lived in a broken down van that was on an incline and a driveway. And when I would sleep in that van, I had a very thin mattress at an angle in a van. So I don't have to, use many imaginative explanations to put it through your head that that's not very comfortable. So now when I wake up in a proper bed every night, on level ground, more or less. Thank God for the Romanians building long-lasting level buildings. I just kind of keep sleeping. I have more pillows than I know what to do with, and I just keep sleeping. I didn't even make the bed. That's how you know it's one of those days. Down by the river? Used to be down by the river. Now it's in a driveway. 10 to 12 is too much. Oh yeah, femboy senpai uwu. I don't see a PhD in front of your name. I don't even see a doctor. I don't see an MD. I don't see any indication that you have any idea what is too much sleep. Who are you to tell me? God? I think the fuck not. You're an unholy femboy. Okay, don't get angry, Booksmart. Don't get angry. I'm glad you are doing better now, Bookie. Yeah, me too, for sure. And that's thanks to you guys. If at any point you would like to support the stream and allow me to live not in a van that's broken down, feel free. ! Dono will get you the link to my Streamlabs, which at present seems like it takes the least amount of money from me. Some clever auditing that I conducted over the last couple of days has revealed to me that YouTube supers are secretly taking 33.5% of all of my income. Don't know how that happens. YouTube won't explain it to me. When I go into AdSense to look at my previous payments, the page says, "Oh, we're so fucking sorry. Can't load that one, Chief." And I go, "Oh, okay. Kind of weird. That hasn't worked the whole time that I've had AdSense. It says that you're working on it, but I'm beginning to doubt that." I'll just click analytics. Maybe that'll give me some more information. I could do the math myself. Oh, sorry, Booksmarts. Yeah, that page doesn't, that page doesn't work either. Okay, well, surely there's some setting, some toggle I can click somewhere that'll perhaps, allow me to do something. Oh, settings! Yeah, settings. We're still working on that feature. Okay. So half of the pages in my YouTube analytics or my AdSense page just don't work. Never have. So I just have no idea why I'm losing that much money, but it's less than the 50% Twitch takes on every sub and bit and whatever. So, could be worse. What do you think about the new Scamstiny arc? I know nothing about it. I saw the clip where he said that he was upset about NFTs, that people were scamming other people, that people were peddling a pyramid scheme. And then I saw shortly after that he partnered with an NFT selling company. Granted, he did signatures or something on those NFTs, so maybe you're paying for a signature. Maybe he just needs money. Fuck, who knows? I saw another clip of his where he explained that, fuck you guys, I'm going to take every sponsor opportunity that I can, even if it's an NFT one, and I need to make that cheddar and blah, blah, blah. Apparently he needs to make that cheddar. The man who, on one note, brags about how much money he makes and how generous he could be, on the other hand, seems to be scrambling for every sponsor opportunity he could get. Very interesting. I won't dig too much into Steve in this stream. It's not necessarily what the purpose of it is. If you'd like, we can look at that stuff later. Or I should say, we could have looked at it later, but somebody on the Destiny subreddit decided to purge a bunch of posts about that. Very interesting.
What the fuck?
Interesting.
What is this?
Thanks, Kagilol, demonstrating how you can support this sleepy little streamer. I do appreciate that. Maybe he's secretly in crippling debt. Perhaps. He said people who push NFTs to viewers for reselling purposes are scammers. He never said NFTs are inherently a scam. Oh, let me be clear. NFTs are not a scam. Okay. Just the people that push them. This message is brought to you by an NFT selling company. If you would like to buy an NFT, buy my signature, you can do that by clicking the link in the description down below. Now, let me be clear. NFTs are not a scam inherently. Just the people that peddle them. Okay. an interesting bit of nuance, but hey, interesting bits of nuance are what Destiny is known for. So can you blame the guy? It seems on brand. Melina would start an OnlyFans if they really needed money. Well, they may not need money, but it certainly seems like Steven does. The site he advertised is pretty scammy, though. Well, you seem like an expert on such things. I'll take your word for it. Where are my Booksmarts NFTs? I don't know. I have nothing against pushing NFTs. So if somebody came to me with $10,000, hey, I'll be selling NFTs tomorrow. Do you think that is a significant difference in opinions? Ellipses. Question mark. I just don't care. I just don't care. I didn't care when he had the clip with Wes. I didn't care when I heard that he was selling them. I really don't care. Rich people making more money is not a subject that is of great interest to me. Although evidently you people on Twitch like that shit a lot. Hassan, the man with one of the highest sub counts on the entire website, was revealed to have bought a multi-million-dollar house. And y'all freaked out as if you couldn't have seen that one coming. The guy that wears all this fashion bullshit in rings and blings, who promotes socialism while extracting a bunch of wealth from his viewers. It was surprising to you that he had spent that wealth on an extravagant bit of property in one of the most expensive places to live on Earth. Did not surprise me. Could not care less. So when it came out that Destiny, who was shitting on people selling NFTs, came out of the closet as a person who wanted to sell NFTs, that's about as surprising to me as learning the Republican senator who railed against gay marriage came out as having fucked 3 male prostitutes in a hotel room in Mississippi. Okay. It's not outside of the realm of possibility, in my opinion, and I just could not care less. Do you think it's wrong, though, if he is scamming his viewers? Well, that's something between him and God. I could care less. Like, I don't care enough to even think it's wrong. I really don't at all. I think there are much worse things you could be mad at streamers about doing. Telling fans they can get rich by reselling NFTs. My apologies. What Andy Milonakis does, telling fans that NFT clips are cool while saying reselling is a bad idea. What Destiny did there is obviously a difference. Why am I added in the beginning of this message? You're coming off real heated. You took a swing in the dark at a guy just trying to get into his apartment. I'm not an intruder. Hey, buddy, you got the wrong one. I don't know who that message is meant at, but I'd hope it wasn't for me. I didn't say anything about this. I just don't care. But going off this stream, I'm down for it. Is it going off to say I don't care? When not caring is going off, we're in an interesting predicament, aren't we? It's not rich people making more money a problem. Wonderful grammar. Let's go ahead and continue with this one. It's promotion of gambling. People are arguing promotion of NFTs is in line with promotion of gambling. Well, people every day are arguing all sorts of things, and this falls in line with that. Yet another very strong opinion from people not involved with anything to do with the opinion. Morality isn't real anyway. There's another take. This chat is just filled with takes this morning. I don't think he's scamming anyone, but he's clearly being a hypocrite. And for someone who frequently shits on people for being hypocrites, that's kind of cringe. Well, that's the most lukewarm of the takes that I've heard so far, but I still have no comment. NFTs might be cringe. I may be able to jump on board with that statement. My perspective is it's mostly just a fun thing to have a chuckle at. There you go. That's healthy. Oh boy, Bookie getting sour already. You just keep saying that, and maybe it'll come true. The bullshit is that Destiny knows that there is some percentage of people who will consume NFTs, even if Steven thinks they are a waste of time. Sure. It's still fucked. Okay. You're passionately apathetic. Well, that's a double negative. Clearly you care because you mentioned it at all. Curious, Brock emote. Okay. Okay, don't get stun locked on this Tiny's drama, and let's watch him scream at Nico-san. No. Because I'm looking at how long we've been live for, and it's only been 44 minutes. It's not a Booksmart stream till we spend an hour not talking about the topic that is in the title. Come now. Come. Why the haste? Why are you so hasty? You're going so fast. Slow down. Breathe. Take a minute. Talk about NFTs. It's lovely. It's the future. You think it's funny to take screenshots of people's NFTs, huh? Property theft is a joke to you? I'll have you know that the blockchain doesn't lie. I own it. Even if you save it, it's my property. You are mad that you don't own the art that I own. Delete that screenshot. That's where I'm at with it. This is theft. Everybody's talking about the buying of property. Nobody's talking about the theft. That's the real angle here. Booksmarts, we appreciate the passion, but maybe take it down a notch. A little scary. I'm sorry. I'm an opinionated guy. I'm a streamer. Booksmarts, how's Romania? Well, I watched a man eat a pigeon live this morning. That was interesting. Visited my girlfriend there a bit ago. You gotta try the palinka. Is that the pigeon? It's amazing. It probably is the pigeon. Dark meat bird. Yum, yum. Put it in a sandwich. Your delivery is perfect right now. I'm lolling. Nice. Happy to hear it. Yeah, I don't care. Interesting, femboy, because you cared about all sorts of shit before I said that I don't care. I'm starting to care that you're copying me about not caring. Seems a bit of him being a hypocrite, but I think people are being too hard on him, like Rally. And despite the character limit being much more than what femboy chose to type in that message, he will not elaborate on what he means by that. Interesting. It would be supererogatory for Destiny not to sell NFTs. I found the Vosh viewer. If you've watched Destiny, you know that he thinks most NFTs are dumb and that he's paying lip service to get the promotion money. The moral outrage about it is manufactured. Well, must be manufactured at a fucking Toyota plant because we got thousands of people shouting about it and contributing to the manufacturing of this outrage. Quite interesting. The issue is of the nature America's Kinder Egg ban, it would seem. No idea what the fuck that means. Why don't you go ahead and take another hit and then go to bed? Please ban any discussion. I don't think I need to do that. Book, why don't you do panels against cringy people so you can go for the championship? Well, because I don't enjoy that. Scamming your viewers is probably like number one sin. No. If it's the number one sin, then it's the variety that Eve committed, and we're all guilty of it. And the only thing that could save us is Jesus. You did include question marks in the stream title. We may not get to better discourse. True. Good reading into that. What's the deal with you being in Romania? Do you have family there, or do you just like the place or something? Why not none of the above? I have no family here. I don't like the place, but it's cheap, so I'm here. Booksmarts, I have to go to bed soon, and there's a lot of screaming I want to see you react to. Can we ×2 the NFT stuff? Yeah, if you divide by 2 the number of chatters who are choosing to use this limited time to discuss with me from speaking about it, yeah. Well, talk about the 2-hole debate with Haas and Qbot. Women have 2 holes in squirting is pee. Based. Let's see here. Booksmart's fish moly? Fish moly. Is he reading YouTube chat? I read both chats. I do not discriminate. Irrelevant has had his back for years, and Destiny fucked him. Well, he must have a long, flexible penis to have fucked Relly while Relly was on his back. I would like to see the Karma Sutra entry for that one. Sounds like an interesting bit of acrobatics there. Wait, what happened with Relly and Destiny? I don't know. I care more about it than the NFT thing, though just barely. I think grooming them would probably be worse than scamming them. There's the thought. Yeah, probably. I'm ignoring your Kinderband thing. Book hot take. Murder comes right after scamming viewers in the baddie list. No. Somebody said scamming's got to be the number one. So, yeah. The murder lobby needs to invest more money in convincing people. Let's be honest, the biggest scam of all is tier 3 subbing. I pay for that, and you're not even my friend afterwards. Shooby, get that alert going. Give it to somebody else, and we'll see if I become friends with them. Let's do a test. There are plenty of cheap places. I think you have an ulterior motive. You got me. It's the femboys. When are you going to have your own chat? That's a good question. I don't know. Months. But we're making steady progress, so look out on the horizon for booksmarts.gg. Wait, women don't have buttholes? Ugh, I have so many jokes I can make, and I'm not going to. Destiny fucked Relly through a hole in the ceiling. Wow, he's got a portal gun. Interesting. Let's see here. bs.gg. Yes. I think it's a cool concept for big fans and collectors that they get to own an autograph clip or whatever. Well, he did a good job of selling Hey Bro on that concept. You seem really bought in. Anywho, I need a timestamp. Wow. Look at that. $10 coming in from fuck this merger. Fuck this merger. I'm down with that. That's something I'm opinionated about. Yeah, actually, fuck this merger. I'm down for it. No, I mean I'm not down for it. The merger, that is. Down for the cause. Not that fucking merger. I hate that merger. Thank you for the $10. I do appreciate it. Hope you're doing well, my dude. I'm doing quite well. I'm just tired. Booksmarts, is this the end of the rhetoric arc for the NFT scammer? I don't know. I think that this is the full optics arc. I think we're going to see a Vosh style change from Destiny. I think he's going full optics, and I'm on board. I look forward to what the hell that looks like. You know what I mean? He tried to do his posture during this debate. He doesn't use rape cage analogies anymore. He argued with Lauren Southern. Like, I don't know. Seems like he's going full optics. If you're buying it thinking you're going to make money, then you're an idiot. And if he's selling it on that premise, then he's selling to a bunch of idiots? That's a rather mean thing to say about DGG. DGG's not a bunch of idiots. For shame! For shame! Can't be saying that. Tired Book reminds me of High Book.
What the fuck? Sam, what is this?
I wish it reminded me more of High Book. I'd probably be in a better emotional position. I can't wait for Destiny to steal his viewers back. Me either. I can't wait. It's nothing but good for me. Apparently Vosh doesn't want to talk to me anymore. Whereas I still have permissions for the Destiny Discord. Oh, thank you for the sub. Fuck this merger. Good to have you on. Literally made the worst optics choice of his career with NFTs. I think your optics are questionable, Bookie. Well, my optics and his optics are not one and the same. Maybe he did it to stir discussion on his Reddit. Maybe he did it to make it onto live stream fails. Who knows? Those milkers on the live stream fails have been getting a lot of clips in lately with their Squid Games and their Twitch Live and their other Twitch events that Steven isn't invited to anymore. You know, it could just be that he was like, fuck it, dude, 10 grand and front page of LSF. Gimme. Hassan will make a clip about me. Gimme. Hell yeah. Maybe that's what's going on. Who knows? It's better than calling trans people mentally ill or people of a different opinion subhuman. So, in my opinion, we're moving up. It's a better way of stirring drama, in my opinion, but I'm a friend of trans people. At least I'd like to think I am. Nicholas the Oreo. Thank you for the raid. I'm a bit sleepy today. In a few moments, we'll be getting into the Better Discourse panel featuring Destiny and Peter Coffin, the intellectual big brains of the YouTube space. I'm really looking forward to seeing a clashing of the titans, truly. Surely moderated by some competent moderator, as is always the case on Better Discourse, with two other people who are probably of the same intelligence and education level. And by that, I mean they barely passed high school and then wasted thousands of dollars on some college degree that doesn't matter. Okay, I need to not be mean. Let me take a second here. Whew, that was a bit of a dig. Let's reel it back, okay? Don't put your finger in too many wounds there. Destiny needs to make a manifesto on this and release it exclusively as an NFT. Yeah, maybe. What time is it for you? It is 7:47 a.m. and I have not slept since 2 p.m. yesterday. So do the math on that one. Spoiler, the discourse is not good. Somebody throw that man a timeout, Mr. Clevin. I thought it would be nice. Peter Coffin arc was hilarious. I had no idea about his past. Yeah. He's the guy with the fake girlfriend, right? He's the guy that was talking with himself on Twitter, like you did when you were 12 years old on Facebook or MySpace, pretending that you had this girlfriend and she lived in Canada. That's okay. We've all been there, you know. It's just some of us don't wind up being YouTubers that never grow up and have some sort of Peter Pan, complex. So, really, we should feel bad for the fellow. We really should. You would think with that much money and that kind of clever humor, he would be able to land a real catch. But evidently, that is not the case. Booksmarts, he was catfished, Damn. He lost to himself. Oh, that clever devil. He even tricks himself. That's crazy. Do you think Destiny working out has turned him into a Chad? No. I think Melina is a bigger Chad than Destiny is. Slash materialistic person. Maybe. He do be buying a lot of styrofoam cups. Slash status symbol chaser. Wow, that's a lot of very different things. I don't know about that last one. I have no idea where that's even coming from. For example, shilling for NFT money for status purchases? Are they correlated? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe you're onto something. You should go write a Reddit post on his subreddit about it. I hear they're very welcoming to those sorts of theories and that sort of, well thought out criticism. Anywho, self-report. I disliked him more because of the video he made than actually faking the girlfriend, Omega lol. I didn't even care enough to watch his video. He confessed, but not really all, while blaming capitalism for it. Isn't that what most of the streamers of his variety do? Or the YouTubers of his variety do? Blame capitalism for it while admitting a little bit of fault? I think that fits the picture for me. Everyone thinks Melina is a bigger Chad, lol. Yeah, I'm just full of lukewarm takes this morning. I just got here. Did he go into the NFT arc, or is book too base for that? Well, I didn't get into shit. But my chat ran up to me with their hands and nose and mouth covered in it. Okay, so I had to deal with it to some extent, but not beyond wiping it from their little cute faces. If Destiny isn't a Chad, why did he alpha the debate moderator in this clip? Wow, a spoiler. That's a wonderful way to start the stream. Let's go ahead and spoil it. Let me go ahead and click this.
It sounds probably incompatible with our current U.S. understanding of freedom, but I feel like something should probably be done. Yeah, because it's
3 hours of video games per week would definitely hurt you.
Okay.
Maybe. He's not exactly the picture of fitness, nor some of the other streamers on this website who, after watching them in Twitch Rivals try to commit to physical activity, I must say, they are not doing too hot. But let's go ahead and see how Destiny responds to this one.
Okay, hey.
I wasn't even allowed to play. I wasn't even allowed.
Hey, look at how perfect my posture is. I can stand up. Okay, stand up for gamer rights. Those are tight jeans. I'm distracted. Let's go ahead and continue with the clip. Maybe you'll hit him.
To play video games during the week.
It sounds probably.
Oh, he just sits back down. Cool. Wow. Alpha. That moderator's a beta. Crazy. I gotta say, not enthralled with that clip, chat. Not enthralled at all. Fuck it, dude. I'll put this in the other window here. I'll put you guys in the other window here. I will carefully hide these DMs from Jacob. Nothing worth doxing there. Put this over here. Put that there. All right. I need this you? No. Destiny can touch his toes. That's great. He's going to need that to enjoy his time with Melina. Okay. Let's stop with these. Book smarts, stop. I'm so tired, dude. I have no filter. Can we can we please get me a link, please? Can we get me a link from Scamstiny to Cringestiny? Well, that's the natural transition. He needs to borrow a suit from his uncle like Vosh did. Did that really work out well for Vosh? That was the moment Destiny turned into Breaking Bad. Yeah. He certainly broke through the bad barrier there and let out a sonic shock of cringe. Booksmarts, you are telling me that him standing up to the 3 hours of video games to look tough has nothing to do with him starting to work out? You know what? I think I'm going to post this on the Reddit. Good luck. I hope you don't intend to post that Reddit anymore in the near future. What do you think of the tactic of using a German accent for half of the debate? I think it's base, but it's going to depend on which accent you switch to afterwards. I think it's the transition that counts, as any trans person will tell you. Okay, I can't. No more of these jokes. No more. I'm just going to click a link and we'll go, and then we will stop making these kinds of awful jokes. These don't look timestamped. This one does. Okay, let's click this one.
Giving Nico a run for his money.
Okay. Feels weird, man book. Hey, that's a joke that trans people actually can understand. That's not a Dave Chappelle joke, all right? That's not some fucking awful Dave Chappelle joke, bro. That's a good one. You switch to a Japanese accent, then Italian. The axis of accents. You're really sitting on that one this whole time. Jesus Christ. Book, that's the sun you are getting close to. Monk S. Now, Book Smarts is a friend of the trans community. That's for sure. Insert Lauren Southern joke here. All right, can we stop? Enough of this. Enough. Book Smarts is basically drunk. Don't take advantage of me because I have not slept. I have no filter. Chat, Book, can we just start the better discourse? Book Smarts. But we're not even an hour in. Chat, here's a spoiler for the middle of the event. Book Smarts. Spoilers. Let's watch now. Yep, that's how it works. All right, let's get started. Anybody saying Dave Chappelle is based is just outed themselves as a transphobe. Put them on the list, lefties. All right, let's get into this.
You know, someone's got to do it, so.
Well, thank you guys for being with us here today. I wanted to start off.
Book, did you see the Vadim vid on Lauren Southern at all? You mentioned her. No. I don't watch things that come from Vadim. Don't get angry, Book Smarts. That's a good tip past me. Let's just not say anything past that to save all bridges. All right.
off by saying something that I think is probably obvious to anyone who's at this conference. America is in the midst of an identity crisis. Vanity Fair recently described the controversy surrounding the 1619.
How does Xander Hall find his way up on the stage? It's the guy that looks like Xander Hall but says the conservative stuff. And then glasses guy, woman, moderator. Okay, cool. Cool. So far, this is looking like a normal Better Discourse panel. I'm assuming these two say stupid shit. I'm assuming she says stupid shit. And I'm assuming he gets upset. Cool. A Better Discourse. I'm assuming she does nothing. Let's see how those predictions bear out. Let's see if I'm correct here.
Project, for example, as, quote, a fight over who will tell the story of this country and how we think of its identity.
Did you watch Vosh's take on monogamy? Have you seen Vosh? Hold on. Book smarts. Stop. Don't make jokes that'll get you in trouble. I'm not going to respond to that because I can only respond in jokes, and the jokes I'm cooking up in this kitchen are not pleasant towards Vosh or his company. Let's just enough. Let us just watch the video. You know what? Shenanigans. I'm calling shenanigans on a very broad swath of things. If you don't understand what shenanigans is, exclamation point shenanigans. Don't know how to spell it? That's Darwinism, baby. No more of anything not related to the Better Discourse thing. Let's try to just talk about the Better Discourse thing, because you're going to distract me, and I'm going to say something that's bad about somebody who's not even on the panel, and then we'll get in this whole thing, and then it'll get clipped, and they'll see the clip, and then they'll respond in their stream and be like, this is what I meant when I said that this guy is not the pinnacle of good faith that you think he is. This just goes in my little folder of awful things that he said about me, and I think that's a good enough reason not to talk to him anymore. That I don't need that, okay? So let's just not do this, okay? Shenanigans. That's a big shenanigans. So I hope there's mods in this chat. Hey, chat, what's that restaurant that's famous from Super Troopers? Shenanigans? Oh, I want to talk about Hassan still driving a Toyota Camry. Oh, yikes. That's going in my cringe folder. Get Femboy Senpai out of here. Goodbye. Goodbye. Let's start with 5,000 seconds for everybody. 5,000 seconds. I'm actually going to open the Twitch tab here and enjoy doing that myself a little bit here. Because I don't know if we actually even have any mods. Do I have a timeout feature? Oh, I do. 10 minutes. Goodbye. Go ahead. Anybody else want to try my patience while I have the Twitch tab open here? Anybody else? Tommy Too Slow. Morning. Just got here. Yeah. Well, we said shenanigans. You know what that means. You better rewind or pray to Allah. Okay?
It seems as if we are to find any common ground, we might first start by seeing if we can even agree on...
Stunlocked as hard as Hassan. Yikes. That's going in my cringe folder. Where are you, little one? Who said that? Who said that? My Twitch chat is like way behind. Oh, unless they just already got banned. Oh, you're lucky. You're lucky.
On what is our national story? What does it mean to be an American? What are our country's founding principles? And should they be seen as a source of unity or a source of division? Jack, if you'd like to start.
Wow, okay. You know, it's weird kind of thinking about this sort of like national identity stuff and national narrative, because it feels like every day when, you know, you're sort of in the front lines of, you know, news or breaking news or, you know, cases like Sean covers, you know, so many criminal cases that are going on, that because we've sort of merged the essence really of what our national ideas are, what our conceptions are, what we think of as important, versus just this sort of like dissembling of identity, right, in America. And I think that's the real crisis, is that we've lost the national identity, and somewhere along the line, through, you know, a lot of deconstructivist thinking, and
we shipped a bunch of people here
that love to take shit apart, Barbara. And that's the fucking problem. I'm not going to name which people, but a lot of people that were here originally and that came here, all right, this is a both sides thing, came into here, they took the very principles that you asked me to outline that I haven't outlined yet, and they tore them to shreds. That's why I want them the fuck out. Get them out. And by them, I don't just mean immigrants either. I mean, the bad Americans too. I just don't like any of them, Barbara. They're causing us problems. Okay. All right. Sunglasses guy. Tell us more about this. I'm really interested in that. Is that girl's shirt see-through? Well, she's wearing a top underneath it, so don't get too horn doggy.
And really also through commercialization and hyper commercialization, hyper individualism, where have people that instead of identifying as maybe in the past they might have said, well, I'm an American, but I'm also we were just talking about backstage, a Bostonian, or a New Yorker, or I'm originally from the Philly area, so like you're an Eagles fan, right? And it just is what it is. And of course I'm saying that in Dallas, and my dad said
that's brave.
My dad of course said he would give me $20 if I said that while I was in Dallas.
Why is there such a huge delay on the audio? You guys paid all this money for a huge fucking stage and these wonderful bastions of intellectual freedom, and you can't even sync up the microphone with the stream? What the fuck is going on? Okay, well, I guess we just keep watching.
But right, we had these sort of identities, or maybe a religious identity, you're Catholic and all this, but somewhere along the line, we started adding identities, and we added more and more and more and more.
Actually, Booksmart's Destiny stream was 10 times better. That's why I refused to link it in here. And when you asked for links, I didn't ever come forward with it. And then when you click the link from the Better Discourse YouTube channel, I totally just let you click it. Because I totally think that this would be a better viewing experience on Destiny's stream, but I'm too much of a lazy fuck to link that in your chat.
Okay, well, that's an interesting combination of actions and principles there, or actions and beliefs. I can tell you're from the Destiny community.
More, and now it seems like those new identities, what shows do you watch? Are you a Marvel fan? Are you a Disney fan? Are you this? Are you that? What political team are you on? Well, I'm this, I'm that. And so you then start to identify as this label that you put yourself on. And it used to be that some of those identities were at least rooted under.
Can we talk about principles? We still haven't answered her question. I'm sorry. YouTube VOD watchers in the future, I cannot listen to this at 1x. I will literally blow my brains out. I'm so sorry. We are putting it at 1.3, and that is official. And I identify as label. I think the biggest principle in this country is putting labels on yourself. Maybe that's what he's saying, dude.
The sort of like umbrella identity of being an American, being an American citizen, what that meant.
Okay, I will click your link. Yeah, this is god awful. Oh, wow, his is 10 hours long. That's why it's better. Oops, I grabbed the wrong tab there. Wow. Well, I'm happy that all of the Destiny chatters refused to give me a timestamped link. Here is Destiny's version that isn't desynced. Okay, is this different than this one? Doesn't sound like it. Cool, a much longer link, and yet it still doesn't have any kind of timestamp in it. Sick. Cool, I guess we just watch it from the beginning. Oh, somebody who has
our speakers. He's been featured in
to put together to count. Great. Awesome. 159.
The New York Times and his famous Twitch streamer.
Whew, I'm going to skip these intros, though. Wait. These aren't the same people. Are we just skipping the one we were just watching? I guess we're skipping. Okay.
Stephen Bonnell.
He's trying real hard with that posture.
The queen of controversial conversations, Ariel Scorsella.
Is that the turf lady? Hey, they got the turf lady. Nice. Is she barefoot? I've been watching a lot of Tarantino movies. Apologies, I'm like tuned into the wrong things.
This way? Yeah, that's fine. Or whichever, that's fine.
Okay, no, they're boots.
And worldwide renowned political shit talker Nico House. And author.
She's Team Turf. Her and Dave Chappelle both.
Author and video essayist Peter Coffin.
All right. Welcome to Better Discourse. I'm your moderator, Brian Edward. And today our panel is Democracy Dies with Dorsey.
Is she fucking on her phone? Bitch, what are you doing? Okay, the fucking guy in the middle is talking. What? I cannot believe the disrespect. At first, I was going to make fun of him for fucking butt fucking his mic when he came on here and making a bunch of fucking noise. But she's already on her phone? Why? This is like me when I'm on panels.
That's meant to be a little bit funny because some of that...
She's not even muting it. She's dead ass like, lol, I'm on the fucking Better Discourse panel. Yeah, I know, it's fucking crazy. Why are you asking me? No, of course I can text.
Censorship is coming from social media. But I did hear the quote, "When you tear out a man's tongue, you're not proving him a liar. You're only telling the world that you fear what he might say." And that was said by some guy named Tyrion from...
Hopefully she will keep her shoes on. You and I pray to different gods, friend.
Some show named Game of Thrones. And while we're not in Westeros, we're in the real world. Censorship and these kind of things are pretty much an issue. And I wanted to start the conversation off by citing the ACLU, which may or may not be a defender of civil liberties right now. That could be debated.
Dude, don't do that to your fucking shoes. You're ruining them. I'm sorry. This isn't like a super in-depth, interesting book smarts thing. I really could not be fucked to care about what they're talking about. I cannot believe he's ruining his shoes like that. He's like a fucking child. You're wearing leather shoes. Why are you doing that? FYI, to people that buy leather shoes, don't do that to your fucking shoes.
But it says that there's two fundamental principles that come into play involving free expression. The first is the government cannot limit expression just because any listener or even the majority of a community is offended by its content. But that's balanced by a second principle, that expression may be restricted only if it clearly causes direct and imminent harm to an important social interest. So I wanted to ask some of the panelists, do you agree with the sentiments of the ACLU here, or do you feel like this second principle is being abused? And if so, how and by whom? And let's start with Ariel.
It's a loaded question, right? Because I think all of us, correct me if I'm wrong, all of us have been censored at one point. Maybe not you, because you're a little bit more leaning far left at the moment.
I have absolutely been censored.
Have you?
Don't worry.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, then it's a problem across the political spectrum, right? I think that, as far as I'm concerned, I've had people come for me, you know, in multiple ways, try to censor me, and even if I disagree with them to the core, I don't think anybody should be censored, and I especially don't think any major network should be censoring anybody. I think, if anything, if I have a good enough argument, my argument will win in the long run anyway.
Okay. Peter.
Well,
I was going to 1.5. You know what? We're going to put it at 1.3. There we go.
Is it really an ideal, or is it a question of institutional power? That's where I'm always coming from on this. What are you saying? Where is it coming from? Should you be allowed to criticize power? And yes, obviously. Are you going to be? That's another heavy question. I do think that's probably the kind of stuff that I would like to be trying to address here.
Okay. Nico, where are you at?
So a friend of mine, Garland Nixon, used to sit on the board of the ACLU, and he left because he understands that, that principle is just, it's wrong, it's unethical. We can't have such a principle when we don't understand all of the agendas that every single powerful institution has. And so where they may convince the public that some speech is or could be dangerous to them, where they're merely just trying to push an ulterior motive that we may not yet be aware of. And I think we see that time and time and time and time again. And so who's to say what's dangerous? Something could appear dangerous in the short term, but ultimately end up working out in the long term. But at the end of the day, like, I feel like everybody who knows me knows I'm a free speech absolutist. And the only way to defeat bad speech is just with more speech, and just make sure you know what the hell you're talking about when you address it. Like, that's the way to conquer this fear of, what if they say something bad? Bad things could happen. Well, allow speech to flow freely, and I guarantee you problems will begin to solve themselves.
Yeah, can I just piggyback on that point? Because this is one thing an ex-girlfriend said. The only thing I got from that relationship was this point. And she said that no matter what somebody says, we should allow them to say it, because people are thinking it anyway. And when you allow them to say it publicly, you also allow people to be aware that they're saying possibly something that's incorrect, and then you can correct them on it. But you wouldn't be able to correct them if they didn't have the opportunity to say it in the first place.
Destiny, what do you think?
I think the first.
Ariel, I'm happy you said that dumb shit. Cause baby girl, if you kept thinking that dumb shit, you never said it out loud, I wouldn't be able to tell you how dumb it was. This is a good way of paraphrasing what she was telling you there. I have no doubt that conversation took place. I'm really bored with this. I'm so sorry. Does this get interesting at any point? I guess we'll see if he says something different, and then maybe it'll be interesting. But I have a feeling that it's not going to.
First Amendment is important. I think it's beautiful. I think it's.
No, it does. Not really. It gets insane. Yes, we get into an infinite money glitch. Okay, cool. I tapped out of this one too. Yeah, that's where I'm at with it.
Worded, and I think freedom of speech as a concept is something that should be defended, but I think oftentimes people misapply it to private platforms like Twitter and Facebook, and they try to take these arguments about whether or not the government should abridge our freedom of speech, which it shouldn't, except in certain dire cases, like yelling fire in a crowded theater or the spreading of like child pornography or something, of course, which I think we all agree with. But I think that applying those same arguments to private institutions actually, in a way, becomes an anti-First Amendment argument. So I do agree that the First Amendment is important insofar as it applies to the government, but those principles shouldn't carry forward to every single private platform that we engage in, because one of your freedoms as an owner of a private platform is to determine what type of content do I want posted on this particular platform.
But what if that platform has become a monopoly? I think that's a good argument to combat that point too.
I mean, if a platform has become a monopoly, then we can talk about antitrust laws, we can talk about things like this, but you cannot enforce a platform to just have all content on it. It's, it's an anti-First Amendment argument. I mean,
I'm still trying to understand, why do people keep pretending as if Facebook is a private platform? Like, it's not.
It's the definition
It's
of
not. They
private.
literally have former CIA agents working within Facebook. Facebook goes into Congress.
Oh, wait. What? Ooh, okay. Okay. Here we go. I had a feeling he was like, we don't really know what these organizations like are actually doing this stuff for. And then Coffin was like, yeah, we don't. I guess not. I don't know fuck all about anything. Honestly, I just don't. I can vibe with that. And then he's like, because they have CIA operatives. And then Coffin's like, fuck, that's not good at all. I didn't know about that. I don't know about anything. That's fucking, did you guys know that? I didn't know that. Coffin and this guy are gonna get along real well. I already have a feeling about that. There's a connection between these two. Everybody hates Steven. Okay, we have our dynamic set up. I need to get water though. So I'm gonna go grab water and then we'll continue this because my throat is hurting me real bad. Be right back. Ooh. Okay. Why are you guys posting fish moly? Don't post fish moly while I'm gone. Save that shit for when I'm here. Say it to my face. He's gonna pull out the fake moon landing card soon. Omega lol. Somebody time that motherfucker out for spoilers. That's what I'm thinking. Today we are drinking some Slovenia branded orange juice. Slovenia. Did you know they have oranges? Did you know there are CIA members working at the Facebook? It's not private at all. I honestly don't see how CIA people working at Facebook would even make it not private anymore, but I'm sure he's got all that figured out.
Comes up with a bunch of nonsense after they get accused of something, and somehow, some way, they always end up coming out on top. In fact, it is literally a law that is allowing them to act as arbiters of truthful or false information. Because of a law that it's protecting them. And whenever anyone goes to try and change it, they are the ones who have the money to then influence politicians. Not that they even have to, but they have the money to influence politicians to make sure that that law that they are benefiting from continues to allow them to then influence the outcome of elections in one form or another. At the end of the day, when they constantly act on behalf of the government, especially when it seems that there is a partisan agenda involved, when they go to the government and get exactly what they want, they're not being held accountable like other private institutions have been held accountable. At what point do we stop pretending that words mean, that private and public mean whatever they say it means when they're clearly acting as a public arm of the government?
So
Man, I wish I had a joint so that I could understand all that, but I don't. Okay. Well, what do we pick out of that to argue with?
I mean, that's a conversation we get into. So private means not government, it means privately owned. Facebook is a...
This bitch is taking pictures. Bitch, get off your phone. You got the fucking bobble back on that shit. Your nails aren't painted. I don't know about this. What? Why is she taking pictures? Like, he's trying to talk and she's got her phone like 6 inches from his face. What is going on with this?
Privately owned company. It's not owned by the government. If you want to have a conversation about whether or not Section 230 should be repealed, which it shouldn't be, if you want to have a conversation about whether or not platforms should be allowed to moderate their content, which they absolutely...
This moderator's got to like reach over and tap her. Hey, you're on camera. You know that, right? It's not a fucking podcast. They can see you on your phone. What the fuck? This is just, I don't like this at all. This is really bothering me.
Absolutely should be.
I love Books Focus. It's so distracting. I can't handle it. Like, she's Googling arguments.
You want to have a conversation about whether or not you should be allowed to lobby the government? I think most of us agree you probably should be to some extent. Those are all great conversations to have. But the idea that just because a private company lobbies the government...
Love her hair, though. Love her hair. I gotta say, love her hair.
They're somehow not...
Are you familiar with In-Q-Tel? Do you know what In-Q-Tel is?
Don't need to...
The CIA's venture capitalist firm in Arlington, Virginia.
Oh, no. He's a conspiracy theorist. How do they screen these people? You don't take that in a weird way, but I mean conspiracy. Why do they let people like that on with these crazy ideas? I don't understand. They don't. Evidently they do.
Basically, I can go through the whole way they did it, but basically Peter Thiel and In-Q-Tel invested into Facebook. That's how Facebook became what it was and overtook MySpace. And this is a thing that we've seen In-Q-Tel do because they have unlimited funding sources. Another example I can give you is how Google came out of nowhere and overtook Yahoo. It's because In-Q-Tel had unlimited money to ensure that Google was able to overtake Yahoo. That's how Amazon went from being a failed business platform, a failed business model, and eBay was destroying them, and then out of nowhere.
Look, CIA distrust is not really crazy in the leftist sphere. It's not crazy in my sphere. Like, hold on a minute. Guys, book smarts moment here. It's okay to be distrustful of the CIA. I don't think that's weird. I don't think that's like a lefty thing. If you put me in a room with God and you scan my brain, I probably don't necessarily trust the CIA either. But I think there's a difference between not trusting some government institution you don't know anything about and like making up stories about that government institution to justify a distrust that is probably already okay with what minimal knowledge you have about it. So like, don't get lost in the sauce. It's probably okay to not trust the CIA. I think that's normal and probably fine. I think it's strange to buy into all these weird ideas about them. If you look up the Wikipedia page of In-Q-Tel, the quote about the CIA has so many ellipses in it to like piece together that the CIA made the firm. I'll have to take your word from it. IKEA security. I don't even think I've ever seen a security guard at IKEA. You could very well be CIA. I'm starting to not trust you either. You actually make me start to think maybe they did make Facebook.
Where Jeff Bezos inexplicably becomes the most wealthy man in the world. That's how Tesla was a failed business, relying only and exclusively on our subsidies, and then now Elon Musk is the most successful man in the world. So my point is, the reason Facebook has hit the peak that it's hit is because of the government. So even though it's private, it's just once again, it's just another way to rebrand.
Look, Smarts, have you or do you work for the CIA? If I told you, I'd have to kill you. And that's against TOS. So unfortunately, I can't answer that question.
Public, but they just don't call it that.
If you want to have a conversation about whether or not some subsidy for electric vehicles should be repealed, if you want to have a conversation about whether some people should be allowed to privately invest in a company,
No. I just said the government literally created
the problem is
because you're doing Destiny. What we're not going to do today. So here's what we're not going to do today. You're not going to try to poke holes about shit that nobody's talking about. I said the government had their venture capitalist firm invest in a private company where no one else could compete. That's what we're talking about.
When you say something along the lines of like, how did Amazon, Jeff Bezos become a billionaire?
I didn't say how. I gave you the reason as to why. I didn't say how. I didn't ask how.
It's because everybody in this room probably uses Amazon Prime. Everybody in this room probably buys shit off Amazon. Everybody in this room probably uses Amazon Video. Like, we know why these companies become huge because
Moderator? Oh, that's a good point, dude. That's a good point. Man, he turned about as transparent as fucking Coffin's girlfriend for a second there. I forgot he was even fucking there. Yeah, he should probably step in and say something. I feel like even Prime Kai would be trying to get a rap on this stuff at this point in the conversation. So not looking good for the Better Discourse duder.
they offer products that everybody in society uses.
If
you want to talk about repealing an individual law, if you want to talk about repealing an individual law,
please tell me one company that can compete with unlimited funding from the government.
Nobody's getting unlimited funding from.
Jesus, this guy went from like pleasantly distrustful of like large companies and their intentions to like complete stonewally debate, bro, in like 2 seconds. Jesus Christ. Is this the whole conversation? And then she's just going to be sitting there taking pictures?
I just told you.
You're talking to me about specific subsidies that exist in these companies. You want to argue?
We gotta go to the next question. We gotta go to the next question.
But let's hear it now. Conspiracy.
All right.
1 second. Let me.
She's fucking moderating. All right, next one. They're in my ear. Are you not hearing this, Mike? We gotta fucking. You know what are we paying you for? Not to look pretty. Ariel, can you? Hey, yeah, what's up? I was texting you. Can you tell him to fucking step in? Oh yeah. Hey, next thing. Oh no.
Cut in. Let's hear from the Marxist.
Yeah. Well, see, the purpose of the state is to uphold class relations, right?
Oh God. I almost wish we were back to these guys yelling and her taking pictures already. Okay, let's hear what you have to say.
Go on.
Yeah. So that's it.
I'm the moderator. I'm not allowed to agree.
Marxist.
Anyway, I kind of just do one-liners. Remember, I said I don't know. I just don't know. They said a lot of shit, and I fucking have no idea, honestly. Yeah, I'm with Ariel. Next question, huh? Why is he here? He can't even talk. This guy's saying baloney, but at least he says something. He says a lot of something. She even tried to be a moderator. He can't say more than one line. What the hell? I don't know about this, bro. Posture check. Looking good, dude.
The purpose of the state is to uphold class relations. Fundamental difference between two classes: owner, not owner, right? Facebook is an owner. They benefit from all the action that the state does. Ultimately,
there you go, Coffin. You're on a roll.
I'm going to have to side with Nico on this. Like, it's going to be either through state subsidies, either through investment, either through any of that, that Facebook gains its dominance, that Amazon gains its dominance. Again, it was just a dumb bookstore in the 1990s that was nearing the, if you remember the .com bubble. That was they were going to go down with that. Why didn't they?
Why doesn't he look at anybody? He's starting to creep me out a little bit.
In my opinion, that's really the question here. It's 100%. Yeah, I'm just basically with you on this.
Like, the only way you can invest in the space.
Oh, he's just waiting to talk. That's why. He's like Elon Musk. He's like seeing the teleprompter in his head. He's like, well, I actually think that about 43,000 Americans died in Vietnam, and that's 7,000 more than we had CIA operate. Like, he's doing the math, dude. He's thinking about what he's gonna say. Okay. That's why he's not engaging with anybody.
X is to buy stocks in Google, and SpaceX is literally basically owned by the Pentagon now. So, like, that's a coincidence.
So is your argument that because government has undue influence.
SpaceX is basically owned by the Pentagon?
Over these social media entities that therefore they're obstructing free speech, but not directly through law, but indirectly through company policy.
Yeah, where they don't have to be held accountable.
How did he get that interpretation from everything this guy has been saying? What is going on? Am I just tired? Am I crazy? Chat, I'm checking in with you officially. Am I crazy? What is going on with this conversation? No, this shit is whack? Yes? How did you make it back here, femboy? You're timed out. The Pentagon makes use of SpaceX, but they don't own them in any capacity. I get that. That's not what I'm asking about. You can't keep track? No, dude. I'm like Coffin, dude. I'm just lost. Next question, dude. Oh, I forgot the topic was free speech. Yeah, and about social media, whatever.
Accountable for what they do.
What do you mean by that? They don't have to be held accountable.
The government can't be held accountable for something because people like Destiny are going to come up here and make an argument saying, no, that's just a private company. That's not the government doing that. Yeah, the government is literally letting them skate at every turn, no matter how much information gets put on them, no matter how much people find out they're using their monopoly to influence the outcome of politics. But then when we go and try to hold anybody accountable, the government just ultimately gives Facebook what they want again, and then Facebook just starts a metaverse. And
so the reason why nobody is held accountable is because at the end of the day, all we do is we go online and we shitpost about how.
Why is he mad about Facebook starting the metaverse? Well, I'm trying so hard to understand this fella, and I don't get any of it. I really don't understand.
Horrible these companies are, but you can't actually point to a piece of legislation that you want repealed. You can't point to like some actual.
We can literally just reform 230.
You can't. If you want to talk about 230, you can. Repealing 230 would lead to an.
I didn't say okay, so I didn't say repeal.
You can talk about reforming 230.
I said we can reform 230.
Sure, you can reform 230. That's probably going to destroy every single new website that would.
Why would it do that when you can just reform it and make sure it doesn't do that?
Okay, how would you want to reform
playing this game
you
when you
scream all you want. It doesn't make you any smarter. It doesn't make your point any more
try to assign a definition to a word because you don't like the fact that it destroyed your argument. I said reform. We can talk about how the reform should look, but it's not going to destroy all future websites.
Tell us how you want to reform 230. Give me a sample reform.
You're being ridiculous, bro. Come on.
No, ask. I want to know a sample reform of 230.
Ariel whispered to me that we should express what Section 230 is. So it's quote, no provider or use of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the public.
She's the fucking puppet master. I got to admit, while I appreciate the enthusiasm of these two young gentlemen here, I gotta say, thank you to Hector, first of all, before I get into whatever my point is.
This is going to cause some headaches. Have some aspirin on me books.
Thanks, I'll need it. Romanian aspirin ain't cheap. I actually, so far, I'm gonna give the crown to Ariel in this conversation. You know? She started off on a good foot, a pair of them actually, in the very beginning, and she started to grow on me. I like it. She's pulling the strings behind the scenes. She has full control over this conversation, and she doesn't even have to say anything into the mic. That's smart. That's smart. She's playing the real game here, dude. Stop, chill. What did I say?
Publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider.
I had to look that up, by the way. I didn't know what that was. So, I'm glad that you said it for people that also don't know what that was.
So that's Section 230, which gives them certain immunities, right? So
what is the 230 reform that we're looking for?
As long as so how do you want to change it? Do you want to repeal it, or how should we?
No, you would reform it to make exceptions in cases like Facebook, for example. Well, they're acting as publishers, but
Facebook
then you got to
publish.
So then you allow people to sue them as.
No, bro, just make one fucking exception for the bad company, bro. Oh, that's how you want to reform it. Just make one exception. That is very clever. It's very clever. I will admit I haven't heard that idea tossed around. It's unique, if not anything else.
As if you were suing a CNN or an MSNBC or Fox News. Currently, you cannot. That's the problem.
How is it so the entire backbone of the internet, from IRC chats to bulletin message boards in the 80s to GeoCities websites in the 2000s, the only reason why websites can exist is because they require an immunity from being sued if they have user-generated content on their platform.
No, they're private companies.
Can I finish one sentence? Holy shit. Okay. You don't want it so that anytime somebody posts something on your website, you can get.
What does private company have to do with getting?
sued for what another user uploads on your site. If that is the case,
that's not what we're talking
If that is the case, that absolutely
Why
is
do you
what
just
you're
invent
talking
these fake
about.
realities in your head?
There's a reason why.
No.
Coming from Mr. CIA owns Facebook? It's from the internet, bro. The same place you get your fake realities, bro. It's where we all go for them. They got a monopoly on fake realities at this point. Nobody even reads books for that shit anymore. That's half of the problem, bro. I thought you were aware of the monopolies these internet companies have on this shit. Good God. This is rough. He's living in the Mirrorverse, dude. He sees everything. Yeah, bro.
We're talking about Facebook being held accountable for removing people's content, destroying people's businesses, destroying people's brands. You're talking about random shit postings.
Nobody is talking about reforming 230.
It's a little bit loud and echoey.
So,
so try not to talk over each other.
Reforming 230
Good job. Good job, Mr. Moderator.
Would destroy anybody's ability.
But did Ariel tell you to say that?
The reason why nobody in the legal community and nobody in the online internet community,
You're talking about
Oh my God. She told him.
Nobody is talking about reform.
My hyper focus that you guys are making fun of is starting to pay off. Leave it to book smarts to see what's actually going on in a conversation. I'm going to pat myself on the back. I figured it out. You just got to watch her.
Reforming 230
It's a little bit loud and echoey.
So,
so try not to talk over each other.
Reforming 230 would destroy anybody's ability to start any new internet website where you have user-generated content, because as soon as you can hold a website liable...
I'll be honest, no cap, I kind of want to see her moderate something. No cap. I kind of want to see her moderate something. I think that would actually be a little bit interesting.
For what users are posting, just because you want to engage in moderation, should you not be allowed to moderate your communities? If you want to make a message board for right-leaning people...
Like, she just stops the whole conversation and goes, hold on. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. What the fuck is a 230? Is that like a police thing? Okay, so it's like this. Okay, so what the fuck are you talking about with just making an exception for one company? Like, how would that make sense? How is that fair? Yeah, it doesn't sound very fair. Okay. And you're saying that if we change the whole thing, it would like fuck companies because it's meant to protect them because they don't have like control over what people are posting on there. Otherwise, they would get sued for that stuff. Okay. He's starting to make a little bit more sense. Like, I feel like not knowing anything, but being willing to Google it and stop the conversation, she may actually be good at this. She may actually be good at this. This guy has entered the metaverse again. He's channeling the thoughts from Dormammu. So he's waiting to receive instructions at the moment while Steven is talking. Looks like Coffin is jumping in here. Let's see what he has to say.
Or for feminists, do you not have the ability to moderate your communities? Of course you should be able to do that without being held liable as a publisher or something of information. And these websites, just because they engage in moderation, doesn't make them a publisher. That's ridiculous. To try to say that because somebody puts up a fact check or because somebody puts up or bans certain types of content, they become all of a sudden a publisher of information. What do you think it means to publish something?
When you were getting
something?
when you were
go ahead.
Yeah, I think here's a problem though. They're not just a neutral like platform.
They don't have to be neutral.
Oh, where really?
Yes, really, yeah.
Yes, of course. So let's hear why they don't have to be neutral.
Because that's the law. You're not obligated. There is no we just talked about the First Amendment. If you started a private platform where you brought people in to speak, do you think that the First Amendment means that you have to let every single person come on? That's a violation of your First Amendment rights. If I start a forum and I want to talk about how cool dogs are, am I legally obligated to let cat lovers come and shit my forum up with how great their animal? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, of course you don't have to be a neutral platform. Do you think Fox News is a neutral platform? Do you think CNN is a neutral platform? No,
you can sue Fox News and CNN.
Fox News.
You can literally sue
things that are said on Fox.
That's what I'm saying, bro. We need exceptions. Fuck that company. Fuck this company. Fuck that company. Why are we protecting them? We're protecting them because the CIA invested millions and millions of dollars into them. They started these companies, man. That's why we're protecting them. Why can't you understand that? Yeah, for sure. Preach. I like it. Okay.
If they lie, you can sue them. If they defame you, you can sue them. If they slander you, you can sue them. That's the difference. When
Yeah,
Facebook takes
exactly.
I'll give you an example of consequences. So recently, in Texas actually, a man's son died after taking the vaccine. He was 16 years old, the son was. When he posted a GoFundMe to pay for the funeral, GoFundMe removes him.
You don't have a constitutional right to post on GoFundMe. I'm sorry.
Because of that, obviously it becomes much more difficult to fundraise for that funeral. Now, why did they remove him? Like, it's a literal fact that the vaccine caused this man's son's death, but they're saying because it's spreading vaccine isn't.
Coffin is struggling. Coffin is struggling. Coffin, are you anti-vax, bro? I don't think you are.
Information that he can't fundraise there because then, of course, we bring attention to the fact that there might be side effects. Like, Facebook removed people.
It's getting harder and harder to side with this guy.
For saying that hydroxychloroquine was a legitimate solution, or at least to help while we're waiting for vaccines when it came to COVID. And then people doctors were banned. People died. Fucking Destiny people died.
Are you wait, first of all,
no, what I'm telling you is that there are real consequences when you are removing people because you're pretending to be an arbiter of information when you're literally removing experts. It's one thing if you moderate the content by saying this isn't allowed, you give them a strike. But if you think that they should be removed, then you go to the fucking court of law and you hold them accountable there. And if
is the idea he wants the companies to go to court to be able to ban a user? Is that what he's saying? Am I understanding him correctly, or am I like being bad faith? I got to go to court to use my sword? In an ideal world, yes, Tommy. This man walked straight out of the Hotep convention knowing everything about the CIA. He basically wants Facebook to be public. I don't really understand. I don't really get it. He wants to be able to sue a company for being banned from them. Okay, but that doesn't seem to be what he's describing there. Okay, whatever. No, he says they can't be banned. He wants them to go to court to get them changed so they are put in jail so they can't post anymore if they commit a crime. Okay.
If someone has decided that you are overtly or accidentally causing problems that could lead to mass conflict or violence or whatever, then you allow the courts to settle it. But what you're suggesting is that we should allow this entity that has gotten unlimited funding from the government where you can't to a point where now you can no longer actually have competition against them.
All right, Nico, let's hear a rebuttal now.
But what you're suggesting, conflict or violence or whatever, then you allow them there. And if someone has
Is he fucking talking to her again?
It's one thing if you moderate the content by saying this isn't allowed, you give them a strike. But if you think that they should be removed, then you go to the fucking court of law and you hold them accountable there. And if someone has decided that you are overtly or accidentally causing
Ariel, what do I do? Ariel, he's going off again. Normally they would give you a signal.
Problems that could lead to mass conflict or violence.
Ariel, what do I do here?
Whatever, then you allow the courts to settle it. But what you're suggesting is that we should allow this entity that has gotten unlimited funding from the government where you can't to the point where now you can no longer actually have competition against them.
All right, Nico, let's hear a rebuttal now.
So everything about
Oh, she didn't. Okay. Wow. The puppet cuts its strings. Interesting.
hydroxychloroquine has been proven to be ineffective.
Bullshit.
The fact that you would bring that up, can I finish? Are you going to scream over me every time I start countering the bullshit you say here? I need like 10 minutes to go through every fucking stupid thing you just said.
Go ahead.
So number one, hydroxychloroquine is like the worst example of anything you could brought up of. Okay, number one. Number two, if a private platform wants to ban somebody from their community for any reason, they're allowed to do that. You do not have a constitutional right to post on fucking GoFundMe. Just like any person in this audience doesn't have a constitutional right to come up on. I know you want to talk. Nobody in this audience has a constitutional right to come up here.
Did he process that before?
You don't have a constitutional right.
No, he was having eye contact. That's straight out of that's straight from the heart. He was about to be
post
talking.
on fucking GoFundMe. Just like any person in this audience doesn't have a constitutional right to come up on. I know.
No, that's not a message from Dormammu. Chill out.
You want to talk? Nobody in this audience has a constitutional right to come up here and grab a microphone and scream at somebody.
Oh, now he's channeling Dormammu.
That's part of your First Amendment privilege. If you start a platform, you are allowed to moderate that content in any way that you see fit. The idea
Am I receiving unlimited money from the CIA?
Obligated.
I really don't like this. Does this end? I'm so sorry. Do we get other people? I'm really getting sick of this. I can't. I can't. Here's what I'll do, chat. The good old timer smarts time. I
don't think we've ever called the timer this quickly on a conversation, but I'm really getting sick of this already. Better discourse my ass, dude. So I'm going to set a timer for 15 minutes. We will endure 15 more minutes of this, and then I'm going to skip ahead because I honestly could not be fucking bothered. If you would like me to continue listening to this, if you are sitting there like, Booksmarts, this was my favorite part, though. Booksmarts, if you don't listen to my favorite part, I'm going to have an empty feeling in me, and I need you to fill it. Well, I'll fill you up. All you got to do is pay me money. We'll set it to 50, okay? $50 and I continue, otherwise 15 minutes. All right, starting now. Bloop. All right, let's get to it. This is a 1+1, by the way. Old phone, blast from the past.
The idea that you're obligated to host all forms of content on your website is a delusional fantasy. I don't know where it came from. I don't know where people got this idea from. There's no case law that supports this. There's no legislation that supports this. There's no constitutional amendment that supports this. It is absolute delusion.
No. There's literally a law. It says
so if anybody wants to, bro, you can't cut me off 30 times. I've been talking holy shit for like 5 minutes. Wait, can I finish responding? Holy shit, yeah. So
no, there's literally a law. It says
so if anybody wants to, bro, you can't cut me off 30 times. I've been talking holy shit for like 5 minutes. Wait, can I?
Yes.
Finish responding. Holy shit, yeah. So if a website decides that they want to moderate their content in the way that they see fit, if they want to ban doctors, if they want to ban experts, if they don't want you to do your whatever fucking GoFundMe, that's completely and totally within their right to do so. And just because they don't want to host your content doesn't mean you can go cry to the federal government and say, I have a right, I have a constitutional right to this platform. That's an insane reading of how the First Amendment works.
Pause.
I don't need
We're not talking about the First Amendment.
Okay,
we're talking about literally Section 230 protects you only and exclusively if you're not behaving as a publisher. So another great example would be the Hunter Biden situation, where every single time a Hunter Biden article would come out, people were getting banned. People were literally losing.
You mean Twitter? Twitter stopping the link to the.
Not just Twitter. Facebook. Twitter. My friend got banned from Facebook for 7 days. Another one of my friends got removed for
moderating
posting an article from mainstream media about Biden on Facebook with no context. Banned. Now all of a sudden, you're banning people not because the information is wrong, just because you don't like what's being put out there. Now, that's what we call editing. That is editorial. That is publishing, which means you should be able to pause. You should be able to be held accountable, but you cannot
pause. Damn. He got shut the fuck down. Let's see that again.
Publishing, which means you should be able to be pause. You should be able to be held.
Damn. Is this the movie Click? Because he just paused that motherfucker. Damn, he just put him down.
Held accountable, but you.
Ariel didn't even say anything. That's how powerful that pause was. Dang, that shut him down.
Cannot be. Because
why did Twitter ban the Hunter Biden article?
Motherfucker, please explain it to me, because we would love to know.
No, you brought it up, so you should know.
Why did they ban it?
You tell me.
We're literally trying to find out. Go ahead.
We're not trying. It's public information, so you don't know. I want to hear you say, I have no fucking idea why Twitter banned it.
You don't even know which article I'm referring to right now,
exactly,
but go ahead.
I know exactly what you're referring to.
Which one?
So tell me. You tell me. You brought it up.
No. You just said you know exactly what it is. Go ahead.
Why are you trying to posture right
now? Oh, shit. Oh, no. He's trapped. He has stepped his Gucci loafers into a trap here. Oh, man. And he's struggling to get out. Oh, what a sad little struggle that is. I don't think that's going to work to try to snap it back on Steven here. Uh-oh, he got you. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Which for a guy who's kind of posturing himself as the one who knows what's going on with everything all the time, not looking too great for you.
Right now, you brought up the example.
You just literally cut me off to ask. You just said you know the answer.
Okay.
You know the reason why.
You don't know why
I'm telling you, if you know why it was banned, please enlighten us.
I will explain.
All right,
and now we're just posturing.
Wait. So Twitter has a specific policy for hacked materials where if you upload
it wasn't hacked.
something if you upload
it literally wasn't hacked.
If you did Hunter Biden approve of those images and everything from the laptop being posted?
It wasn't hacked.
And it's a hacked material.
It literally wasn't hacked.
Twitter has also banned people on the left. You're just gonna keep talking
to
me like that makes you correct?
You got it.
I'm right here, dude. You don't have to look at the audience.
It's a USB.
Hey, talk
they
to me.
handed it over here.
You have to do something. Does he have no tools? Even Prime Kai can mute people. You can't do anything? What's the point of the iPad? Does he have no control over anything? What's the point? What's the point of having him here then? Why not just put a crown on my queen and have her like jump in every so often? It's the same thing. If anything, it's more effective. Huh. Okay. Well.
They were like, hey, post this.
Hey.
New York Times. Is New York Times banned for posting hacked
Let him rebut, and then we're getting to the next question.
I'm right here. I don't know what you're
looking at.
New York Times. Are you talking to somebody else right now?
I'm trying to understand.
And he just doesn't listen to you. This is sad. This is like that pushover parent with like the dickhead kid. And like, oh, come on. Jeremy, stop. That's 20. That's 20.
Let the pain train continue.
I don't think that's the full 50. Didn't we say 50? I think we said 50. So that is 20 out of 50 from Fuck This Merger. We have 30 left. If somebody wants to put down 30 or two people want to put down 15, we could make it happen, party people. We could make it happen. We will get there. A lot of hope from Fuck This Merger. Well, let's hope you can merge together some more donos or all that hopium turns to copium.
You lost. I wasn't going to answer my question.
You gotta let him talk. Like a month
Is the New York Times banned for posting hack materials? Because last time I checked, they did it all the time.
But Nico, we get the point. You got to let him respond.
But that's my point. I'm right here. Hey, you are not understanding the lack of consistency.
I understand completely.
That's
You
the
just
issue.
had no idea
You're
what
telling me what the rule is, but they won't explain why.
Damn. He doesn't know that that's a soft spot for Steven after the NFT thing. He doesn't know the kinds of toes he's stuffing all right.
They don't consistently follow the fucking rule.
Because
that's
one,
the problem.
Does anyone in the audience have a Xanax?
If you wanted to discuss the Hunter Biden story or post the Hunter Biden story, you were absolutely allowed to, as long as you didn't link to a website that had.
Oh no!
Fill me, Bookie. Thanks for the great content.
All right. I'll fill you up. That's probably not safe for work meme. I'm sorry. I'm so tired. Okay. I'll tear you open, bro. All right, I'll fill you up. I'll fill you to the brim, bro. We'll keep doing this. I'll turn off the timer. Oh goodness gracious, this is fucking rough. Okay, book smarts. Just put 30 minutes on the timer. Don't tell them anything. Don't talk out loud. Is that another bit of money? What is that one? Wait.
The last panel makes this guy look reasonable.
Yikes. Okay, well, thank you for the 2 USD, Celestial. Good thing we didn't hear the last panel. Okay, 30 minutes on the clock. Oh, you should have said 100. No, I'm fair. I'm reasonable. Unlike the people on this panel, or at least two of them.
Materials listed on it. Number one, and I know that because I discussed it on Twitter and I get banned. Number one, okay. Number two, there was a left-leaning group that leaked a whole bunch of like police materials, as far as a big ACAB thing. I think it was like a year prior, and they got banned for doing the exact same type of thing. This particular story is not a story of political bias. It's a story where you, who has a clear political narrative, has taken one story, completely misrepresented it, and then tried to pretend that it supports your
New York
side of the
Times
political narrative.
banned
It's exactly
for
what it
posting
is.
hack material?
Okay,
so the answer is yes or no question.
Yes, if you post
no, they're not. They post WikiLeaks leaked material. They have not been banned. What are you talking about?
If you are,
CNN did. Then Trump's taxes just get leaked and it got posted.
I'm right
Those
here.
are hack material.
Well, to be as fair as I could possibly be, to me, an uneducated person, that seems like a fair argument. Why no New York Times get in trouble, big ban for hack material? Let's see how Steven responds, if at all.
Correct?
I'm right here.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I'm right here.
So the problem is...
Thank you, good one, Peter. $10.
Don't even think about bringing back the timer for the next panel. Also, thanks for the content and laughs.
It doesn't quite get the tone that I think you wanted to achieve with that, but yeah, no problem, dude. I'll keep the laughs coming. Sorry, had to make this pain continue with the dono. Not a problem, dude. I have no problem with it. Support my shitty lifestyle. I don't mind.
Is it?
Pay for my shawarma that I buy at 4 o'clock in the morning. That's what that money's for. Actually, full transparency. I'm probably going to use this money on buying an Airbnb while I look for apartments when I move back to California in December. So right now I'm thinking that I'll pay for an Airbnb in Southern California when I go back, and I might go back in December if I make enough money this month and the next month, or technically just this month. And then, so if I make enough money this month, then I'll go back, I'll pay for that, I will look for an apartment, and then yada, yada, yada. If I don't, then I may stay here for another like 2 weeks or something, go to Denmark, whatever.
and then hang out with viewers a little bit longer. In case you didn't know, I'm on a Euro trip, hanging out with viewers who have emailed me and offered either places to stay or to show me around or whatever. So next stop, Denmark. Barring like some massive influx of cash this month, I'll probably go to Denmark next month.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What is this?
Thank you, Krabs, for that Twitch Prime. It's the beginning of the month. You paid your rent. Maybe you even got paid. You have a little bit left over. Your Twitch Prime also probably rolled over. So if you have Twitch Prime, if your Amazon Prime account is connected to your Twitch, I would appreciate that free sub. Steven just did a sponsor deal that got him $10,000. He might not need it. You know, I don't even know if he can get subs anymore. You know who does need it? This guy who works more hours off stream than I do on stream. In case you didn't know. Actually, on the board right here, actually, I could probably show you guys this. I'm going to give you a little sneak peek. On this board right here, I have a bunch of like tasks that I need to do. And is there anything bad in the background? I don't think there is. You can see just a peek of it over here. Whoop, whoop. Over here. You can see the whiteboard. I got like a little whiteboard. I have 2 of them. I constantly work. I'm just constantly working. So that's my whole shtick is I do more off-stream work than I do on-stream work. Monka S docs. I don't think I'm docs, dude. But yeah, so how long has it been since you started the Euro trip? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe like 100 days or something like that at this point. Maybe like 100 days, I think. Just about. I think I've spent 100 days in Europe. I got here in August, September, maybe September, October, November. Yeah, almost, or just about 90 or 100 days. Yeah, 100 days, and you haven't even gone around the world yet. Yeah, I'm behind, dude. Thank you, Aber King, for the Twitch Prime. I do appreciate it. Why is your house decorated like Kanye West's house? Because I'm poor. And it's not my fucking house. I stole this bitch. I just rolled up in it, kicked down the fucking door, said, this shit's mine. I'm putting a bed in the middle, I'm throwing out all your shit. And I did. And now I'm here. And when I give this place back to the Airbnb lady, she's going to be like, what the fuck? Where's all my shit? IKEA security, thank you. Let's get back to the video, shall we? Shall we dance? Shall we dance? Stole Kanye's Romanian house. Yep, he wasn't using it.
That they are taking their right to enforce their rules. What we're trying to figure out is, why are you inconsistently forcing rules? What do you do when those rules are being forced inconsistently and they're supporting a certain political agenda while undermining another? And then at that point, when does that not make you a publisher? And if it does make you a publisher, why can you not be held to the same level of accountability as an actual publisher?
Let's attack this from a slightly different angle. I'm gonna ask Ariel what she thinks of this. So in 2009.
Oh goodness. I love this meme about Ariel and him. I really do.
19. Cedric Richmond, U.S. Congressman from Louisiana, warned Facebook and Google that they had better restrict what he and his colleagues saw as harmful content or face regulation. Quote, he said, we're going to make it swift.
Has Peter said a word yet? Yeah, remember he said, exactly. So yeah, dude. You don't have a very good memory. You should take notes.
We're going to make it strong. We're going to hold them accountable. Figure it out because you don't want us to figure it out for you. And Jerry Nadler added to that, let's just see what happens if I pressure them. Is this worrying to you that the
Oh, he said bingo. My bad. You caught me, dude. Maybe I should start taking notes. Is Booksmarts just watching or is it a proper review? What the fuck do you think? Do you see what it says up here? Or is that covered on stream? This is better discourse. Okay, let's get back to it.
People that are governing their content moderation are influenced by congressmen. Ariel, what do you think? Is that like a skirt around the First Amendment, or what's your thoughts?
I think that anybody that has power is going to try to control more. That's just the fact, right? That happens throughout history. It worries me when people use that power to silence people. Like that's like the part, that's the concept of this panel, right?
Yeah.
I think that I do agree partially with what he's saying. I understand where he's coming from with Stephen. And I think that if you do have your own platform, yes, you can moderate content in a way because because if there's like pornography or something, you don't want that. Yes. But I also think people are taking that to the extreme and making it political. And just because they don't like something, they're
Do you
removing
feel
it.
that,
I don't
She kind of missed the point of what he was saying. Like, what did you think when he said about like, yo, I really like dogs. I love dogs like Vosh likes horses. And I don't want cats on my dog lover site. So I'm going to take that shit down because I'm not about that shit. That shit turns me off quicker than... Never mind, I'm not going to make the joke. I wish you would have responded to that because I would have been interested to hear her understand that a little bit more, but evidently not.
I think that's a healthy way for this country to be
Do you
going.
feel like the government has an undue influence on what Facebook is doing?
Oh yeah, I do. I think this is just me personally, but I think that it's fairly obvious to me that Facebook has some kind of secret agreement, whatever, I don't know, with the Democratic Party, because and YouTube too. I mean, I speak from personal experience. I know that until I came out, I was posting the same content for 10 years on YouTube.
You like dags? I can't even do the fucking accent. My throat's fucked. Sorry. What is that accent called again? Fucking... What does anybody remember? I want to say Cockney, but I know it's not Cockney. It's something else. Pikey. Yeah, but that's like a racial slur, isn't it? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's pikey. What does he say? I used to be able to do the whole little Brad Pitt speech at the very beginning. Why the fuck you buy a carrot hoe? They got no wheels on it. I love that shit, dude. It's so good. Anywho, let's not get distracted with a movie nobody knows about from fucking 2001. Let's just continue.
Sexual education. Until I came out as leaving the left and being a non-leftist, then they started banning me and restricting me. So to me, that's my experience of what you're saying. And I don't think, obviously, I'm biased, but I don't think that's okay.
What was the reason? Did they say that you were causing harm? I mean, is it
They said it was because of my sexually explicit content, but I've been posting that same content for 10 years. So to me, it's okay, they don't like what I'm saying now.
Okay. What about you, Stephen?
But yeah, I do think it's because that's to me, it's too obvious. It was too obvious to me that this is why it was happening.
Right.
Thank you, Ed Frigikujik. I assume that's Svensk. What a beautiful Svensky name. Thanks for the wish that I have a good day. Me too. I hope I do too. Hopefully sleep is in the future.
So, Stephen, what do you think? If there's a link between the government, senators pushing these guys, doesn't that not apply? Isn't that the government using, abridging the First Amendment in the wrong way?
I mean, I think it would depend on what they're pushing for or what the implication is. If the implication is that if this behavior is going on that leads to some sort of harm and we're going to legislate a new law or we're going to enforce a law in the book about it, that's probably fine. That's what Congress is there for. But if it's something like we're pressuring you to censor certain political narratives or whatever, then that's probably not okay. I will say though, again, a platform has the right, even if they want to ban, Republicans or Democrats on their platform, it's within their right to do so as a social media platform.
Yeah, now, and I agree with you.
Sure.
I don't think it's good, but I think that by law they should be able to.
Sure.
I don't
I agree 100% with that.
I don't think it's a good thing for the country.
Depending on the platform, censoring of conservative speech or whatever online, it sucks because it makes it more boring for me because I like to shout at people and I don't have as many people shout at
online. Do you think
anymore,
230 is fine the way it is? Do you think 230 is fine the way it is? No changes?
Yeah, all these lefty people that destroy him. Not in debates, of course. They just kind of go after his livelihood. That's kind of how they fight. They took that one out of the alt-right playbook. Oh, well.
I don't think 230 is fine. I think 230 is essential for the internet to function the way that it does. Without 230 written as is, you lose. The new world going forward is every single platform would have to moderate every single comment posted, knowing that they might get in trouble for the reason why 230 came about was that when
the mic clipping is really rough. Is my mic clipping? Are you talking about me? Audio check. Is my mic clipping? Is that what we're talking about? Because I don't hear his clipping. No. Well, not
2 more
mine.
months and we will birth a child pod.
The clipping isn't that bad. Audio is fine. Yeah, I don't even hear their mics clipping. Yo, you gotta fucking reduce the dosage on whatever the fuck you're taking, Madden. I don't know what the fuck you're hearing, dude. You gotta jiggle the headphone connection.
certain platforms were moderating their content, the idea was that, well, hold on, if you're going to ban some stuff and not other stuff, you're basically tacitly approving of other stuff that's being posted, so we can sue you for that. And so people were starting to take websites to court for stuff that their users had posted on the site. If I posted defamatory content of anybody on this stage, you shouldn't be able to sue the platform that I posted on. You should sue me for it, right? That's the essential protection that 230 provides, so that websites can continue to exist while allowing user-generated content to flourish on their sites.
Well, the difference between the two things is whether it's a provider or a publisher. And there are a lot of things that Facebook does that make it a publisher. It is not specifically just a provider. The algorithmic way that they sort content, they prioritize certain types of content, they push certain types of content, and whether it's because of a political agenda or because it's the content that makes them more money. And I understand that that's probably something that...
Channeling Dormammu. Hello, my child. I have seen the lizards at Facebook and the baby eaters at Twitter. They are conspiring, my child, behind the scenes. The CIA roots burrow deep in these evil companies. Speak, my child. Speak with the tenacity and rage of the knowing one. Speak.
Is built in, and there's going to be a contradiction that you're not going to be able to get rid of anytime soon. But in a lot of cases, Facebook is acting as a publisher rather than a provider.
So this is just not true. So people have tried to stretch... Well, I'm about to answer that. So people have tried to stretch this idea that if you have an algorithm that shows...
Are you okay, Book? No.
certain information, or if you do like a fact check, or if you moderate certain content, that this makes you a publisher. It is very clear, like a publisher is somebody that publishes information. So if Facebook were to start writing articles, or if Twitter were to start writing articles and they were pushing these or whatever, then those 230 Live...
What's an op-ed page?
What?
What is an op-ed page in a newspaper? Does New York Times, like Mr. New York Times, write everything there? Or do other people do it?
An op-ed page, my understanding is that on that, you would be liable for that, but that's because you're publishing what's on the op-ed page. You're like approaching a writer, and you're saying, we're going to hire you or pay you for this like op-ed, and we're going to publish it in our magazine. Now,
hiring and paying is irrelevant.
If Twitter paying is essential. It might be
no, it is not.
What we're talking.
Absolutely not.
Do you understand that there is a difference between a newspaper that solicits op-eds from people versus a platform where any user more or less can sign up and generate content?
He said hiring and pay is irrelevant.
Yeah, hiring and pay is irrelevant. And Facebook is soliciting content from us,
it's not
sorting it and putting it out based on their own preferences. An algorithm.
Daily Coast, for example, you didn't have to be it's like a blog. It was just a very sophisticated blog before it became what it became. So like, no, hiring and pay is relevant, but Daily Coast could still be sued. Huh? Yeah, you see the difference?
My understanding is that if you have a website where any person can just submit content willy-nilly, if it's like some WordPress site, some blog or whatever, like Medium, for instance, you can't sue Medium for somebody that writes an article on Medium, because Medium is not like the publisher, it's just a distribution platform for that article. Now, even if you've got an algorithm that sorts stuff, like you might like this, you might like that, or even if you ban stuff, like we don't want this, we don't like that still doesn't make them a publisher of the information. They're just a content distribution network. It's a CDN that somebody uses for user-generated content to show up on their website. The content all comes from people. It's not endemic to the company.
So, well, we don't know if Medium could be sued. Maybe they could. We don't know. Like, honestly,
we don't know what?
We don't know if Medium can or can't be sued. No one has ever attempted to, because they don't arbitrarily remove people's information just because it doesn't agree with a certain political agenda. To my knowledge, I've never heard any complaints about
removing
that.
information that doesn't agree with a political agenda doesn't mean you lose your section 230.
Speak, my child, speak.
Protections.
Oh my God,
you've let me finish a single thing, so I have very little sympathy for you at this point.
Bro,
what do you want to say,
Nico? Let me finish talking. I just let you pontificate for a fucking hour as usual. Let me talk.
Yeah,
anyway, so like I was saying, we don't know that about Medium. But also, then we can get to the actual precedent that has been set, because people are like, oh, these private platforms like Twitter or Facebook have the ability to just remove politicians whenever they feel like it. Actually, the courts say otherwise, because Trump couldn't even ban someone because he is technically a public figure, and they considered it to be a public...
What about Trump? He couldn't ban anybody.
Forum. They couldn't even...
That's a good point, Dormammu. Yo! Why couldn't Trump ban somebody? What's up with that? Huh? Doesn't sound like publisher shit to me. He's like, hey, Dave, bro, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, but Dormammu said, dude, don't worry about it. Who the fuck is Dormammu? You don't know shit, dude. Don't worry about it. So Dormammu was telling me, oh shit, dude, here comes the Dormammu shit, bro.
No, that's wrong. That's not even
hold
true.
on, let me finish talking, Mr. Judge. Like, I didn't know you were a damn federal judge.
I don't have to judge.
Okay, then anyway, let me finish talking.
He is a judge. Do not listen to him.
Very much appreciated. Anyway, so just from the precedent that's already been set by the court, they said, and it was like it was a leftist decision. Like Democrats were like, you can't block us, ha ha.
Anytime
so
they don't.
It is, hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, bro.
How many dumb things can you say? It's like a fucking machine gun.
This is not your Twitch stream. Chill.
All right, we got to get to it.
Anyway,
it is a Twitch stream.
When Trump got banned from Twitter, that was probably the most.
What's that little laugh?
When Trump got banned from Twitter, that was probably the most egregious form of censorship that we had ever seen, because literally the outcome of an election could or could not have been affected by it.
Is Peter bigger than Steven is? I actually have no idea. Like, if we were to pin it on one person as like their stream, who is it? Because he's not streaming this right now. I can't imagine he gets like a ton of people to watch. Yes? But is he getting people to watch it live, or is that more Steven? I know she has like a decent YouTube following. Well, Destiny was the only panelist to stream the event. Oh, okay. I thought you meant physically. Oh, Jesus Christ, you guys are lame. Coffin is 100 times smaller than Destiny. Huh. Okay. I thought you meant taller. Why the fuck would I care? You incel people on the internet are the only ones that care how tall people are, bro. You guys and shallow women are the only two groups of people that care about how tall people, and fucking eugenicists, I guess. But that has a lot of overlap with people on the internet. Okay, so like very small groups, I think, care about that shit, and whatever, dude.
When you are talking about, because this is America, right? So if the outcome of our election is affected by, which that means you're affecting the outcome of the geopolitical arena all over the world, and there is literally no account.
Sounds like short person coat. No. I'm actually tall.
Accountability, ironically, in the same country where everybody's talking about election interference all the time.
But so could a movie, right?
Yeah, but you could, if the movie influences it, you have a choice whether or not you want to engage with that content. Like, they don't funnel it to you, they don't force you to go there. But if I have a business, if I have like my political opinion, if I don't, when you have a business that is reliant on Twitter and Facebook because they're okay, we just went through this. Okay, so once again, unlimited funding. There is no.
There is no unlimited funding from the government. I don't think you know what funding or unlimited means.
Okay, because you don't like the logic that's about to come to the.
It's not about logic. You don't know what a publicly traded company is. You don't know what funding means. You don't know what unlimited.
We're already at unlimited funding. Like,
well, that's what I'm saying. So
Facebook is a utility. It's like roads, right? So he's saying like
Facebook's not regulated like utility. If that's what you're asking.
Right, but no, but he's making the argument that Facebook is essential to launch a business in the modern world. In the many ways, like roads, like to restrict a business access to roads, we all agree that's BS.
You literally can't.
But is Facebook so is it as essential as roads?
The Booksmarts channel does not have a Facebook page, and I travel the world and make a living doing this with very, very few people, comparatively, watching and paying for stuff. So I know he's trying to make a point for this guy, but I don't know. This debate is so off the hinge. How much longer do I have to listen to this? Okay, 9 more minutes of stalling. I could do 9 more minutes of stalling. That's totally fine. 9 more minutes, party people. If you want another 30 on the clock, that's 50 in my pocket, okay? 9 minutes. You want me to continue this shit? There's your price and there's your time. Good luck.
I don't disagree that these platforms have a lot of power. So I have questions about how antitrust works in the United States.
Actually, I created a shadow profile for your business. What the fuck? No way. This page isn't available. Nice. Somebody should time that person out.
Question, in my opinion, is why the fuck was Facebook allowed to buy Instagram? That shit is crazy to me. I think that if you want to attack some of these larger social media platforms from an antitrust perspective, that is absolutely legitimate. Because it is really hard to let's say that you're banned from Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube.
It's almost over, I think.
Right? You're not a fucking.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Let the people pay for it. They don't know.
Yeah, what? Sorry, but like, right? I absolutely agree. But you have to hit this from an angle that makes sense, not this crazy shit about how they have unlimited funding from the government and blah, 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 blah.
So the antitrust laws that are already in place that should be preventing these platforms from doing this, because they're private, they're literally making deals that control the outcome.
Do you agree? Then you attack that.
So the antitrust...
They're making deals. Tell them about the deals. They're making deals with the government.
That are already in place that should be preventing these platforms from doing this, because they're private, they're literally making deals that control the outcome.
Do you agree? Then you attack that.
The algorithm, my child. Tell them of the algorithm.
getting
into
at.
views, and you're like, let's affect the antitrust law. Well, if you're from the antitrust laws, Destiny, do you know it's going to completely and utterly destroy how we battle monopolies now? You see how fucking ridiculous that
But no,
sounds?
Destiny just
Why don't
said
actually
that Facebook shouldn't have been able to buy Instagram.
Yeah, but that's my point. He's like, we should then reform the antitrust law to make sure that can't happen. But if you reform it, oh my God, then we can't handle antitrust issues like we handle them now. Like, no, that sounds ridiculous. You can, I was about to say something very vulgar, but basically you can do you can walk and chew gum at the same time. You
It's not about walking and chewing gum at the same time. You're
Tell them about what's what you Dormammu, I can't say that shit, dude. We're live. Come on now. I was about to say something really vulgar. I will refrain. Dormammu, come on. But Dormammu, this is a Wendy's. Hey, bro, for real. Okay, seriously, is he high or is this normal for him? You're talking about me? I'm just going crazy, dude. This guy's listening to Dormammu. It's the voice in his head telling him about the conspiracies. I have my own little headcanon with this conversation going on. She's the puppet master controlling the moderator. He's got Dormammu talking to him. He doesn't understand anything about anything. That's the basics of it.
Pointing to things and calling them problems when they're not problems.
You can reform 230 while protecting the things that we.
Okay, what do you want? What do you want to do?
What is the 230 for reform you want?
What specifically?
One
And
is
then he's Hippocrates the gnome.
either one of two things. You either reform 230 or you admit that platforms like Facebook and Twitter no
How
longer.
would you reform
hold on,
230?
let me fucking finish. Oh my
Every
God.
time they ramble, it's because they don't have shit to say.
Shut up.
Every fucking
Jesus
time.
Christ.
It's like it's the same
Dog,
script. Holy
if you
shit.
like, okay, you know what?
But one at a time. No, we have to dissect the 430.
You jump in. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Jesus Christ. Why didn't you do that earlier? Oh, shit.
All right, Peter.
It's
What do
fine.
you want to do
have
to
nothing to
230?
say. You can get mad all you want.
You're
I'm sorry
a
that you have to actually answer a question for once in your fucking life. It's fine. Like we can sit here and we can cry all day about like, oh, 230 unfair, blah 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 blah. Tell us how you'd reform it. Now there you go. Go ahead, pick it up. All right, let us hear it.
So like I was saying, I want to reform. You can reform it by one, protecting the benefits that we have now, but make sure that if a company decides to act like a publisher like Facebook and Twitter have done in situations especially that affect the outcome of our political atmosphere, like you can literally legislate it. It'll go through the committee process, they'll figure it out, make sure it works. Who will be affected? Who could be positively affected? Who could be negatively affected? They go through a process. I don't know if you heard about it, but that's what Congress does.
What does it mean to
And
act
it's-
like a
hold on. Oh my
Okay.
God, bro. Just 5 fucking seconds, bro. Anyway, once we get through that, when we get to that point,
You can hear Ariel coaching him.
fucking seconds, bro. Anyway, once we get to that, when we get to that point, we can do a breakdown of what's the best way to ensure that one, they're not doing it. But even if we can't control them for doing it, make sure that if you're removing someone's literal brand, business, whatever, that you have to go through the same due process as everybody else. But right now they're being shielded from due process and accountability on their behalf, and then we're not getting any
So
due
how
process when we
do
get
we
screwed.
get around that? Peter, how would you, if you're a surgeon, what do you do to 230?
Well, for me, like, these are the two options. Either you recognize that Facebook, Twitter, and all these things are acting as publishers and not as ISPs. Like this law is actually designed around the relationship an ISP has with the customer, as opposed to just websites. It's applied to websites because websites ostensibly act in at least somewhat neutral way. I think that has been overstepped, and we can either recognize that and apply 230 to them as it exists now, or 230 needs to be amended in order to recognize that.
But how?
How? I can't give you exact wording. I'm not.
What does it mean?
Oh, that's 0 for 2 on how. Give it to a committee, bro. A committee from the government? Yeah, bro, where do you think committees come from, bro? Like Congress. Oh, because I kind of was picking up on the vibes of, like, you don't trust the government and stuff. So, like, why would you, like, you think the government is in bed with Facebook, and that's why we can't get anything changed with Facebook. But your solution to fixing this problem legally is to give it to a committee in Congress. Okay. So, not a good answer. Not really consistent with what you believe in, but neither is Destiny. Okay, I'm sorry. I got to keep making consistency jokes. That's the flavor of the week. And then this guy, just at least he admits he doesn't know, that's based.
Mean to be a publisher? That's what I want to know. Because you're saying if you're going to act as a publisher, what does that mean to be a
I thought you were the
publisher?
expert on 230. It tells you in the.
What?
I thought you were the expert.
Okay, what does it mean to be a publisher?
230 it's like 27 words. What do you mean? It doesn't tell you in there what it means to be a publisher.
All right,
He literally just read it. Yeah.
Ariel, what's it mean to be a publisher?
I think that's the issue that this debate is having. I think both people are explaining it differently.
No.
Now, is being a publisher
God, she's good.
just simply posting something online, or is it also? Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Or is it controlling what's being seen in the world?
Wow, she got him to be quiet. She hit the pause button on him. Ooh. Oh.
I think there's a case for both. I think both are equally as important because you could post things like
Wow, he isn't able to talk over.
It happens with the algorithm with YouTube all the time. If they don't like what we're saying, they restrict us.
Sure.
And I think that is, in essence, also being a publisher because you are controlling what is being seen.
Sure. Like Stephen points out that like the New York Times op-ed's clearly like that's publishing practice, right? But what about on your content if you say something like trans women aren't women, or you said something different about COVID and they said this article is misleading? Like, is that publishing?
I don't think that's publishing. I think it's
editorial content.
I think it's editing. I think it's editing, and I think people can interpret that as publishing. I think it's all interpretation. I think everyone's going to interpret it differently. That's the issue. That's why we have debates about this, right?
What do you think?
Based. You know what? She's keeping that crown. She's keeping that crown. Slide into her DM. She's a lesbian. What? You guys are so weird. What? Just because I think that she's doing good in the debate does not mean these things that you're saying. Hello? Don't be weird. Go easy now. Easy now. Why am I chirp smarts? Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. She is the enlightened moderate. High key? High key? I mean, you crowned her? Well, can a lesbian not have a crown? What is this? I can't tell if this is misogyny or anti-LGBTism. I have no idea. You guys are being awful. You guys are being an awful chat today. These fellas on the right are having a bad influence on you people. That's what I'll say. We have a Dormammu in chat.
Steven, is that?
I think this is one of those things.
You liked her feet or whatever? I never said I liked her feet. You're making that up. I never said that. I commented on her shoes. I asked whether or not she was wearing shoes, but I never said that. You're going to have to find me a clip of that or you're banned. Good luck.
That seems plainly obvious unless you're taking a hardcore political bent to it. If you have a platform and users are supplying all of the content to that platform, you have a right to moderate it as you see fit. If you want to force people or attach a not safe for work or not safe for life link, if you want to say warning, we think this contains bad bit or whatever, or you want to say that this violates whatever rule or whatever, you have the right to do that. That doesn't mean that you are suddenly creating and publishing content on your platform. I think there's case law to support this. The EFF has a huge write-up on how they feel about 230 and a whole bunch of other institutions.
I'm not enabling shit, dude. You should be timed out, awesomeness. You're lucky you're a fucking dead man walking, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. Pog! We're all done. Yay! All right, sick. Where is my next timestamp? Where is my next timestamp? It's almost done. You guys are huffing fucking copium. Massive volumes of copium. There was a whole other hour left at least. You guys are fucking out of your mind. Oh, it's almost done. Book smarts, it's almost done. You guys are full of it. It was 5 minutes. How long do you want me to time people out for? Now it's 10. Now it's 10. All because of awesomeness. You guys can thank awesomeness if you get timed out.
The founder of Civility Dinners and co-host of Unsafe
There's
Space.
a 40-minute Q&A. Well, that doesn't sound like done to me, now does it? Purgador.
Carrie Smith.
Wait, what were the 50 for? For 30 more minutes, dumb fuck. And they went quick. Fun time passes quickly. That's how it works. Fun time passes quickly. We had so much fun that 30 minutes flew by like nothing. That's how it works. You got paid 50 though? And I gave you your 50s worth. And I warned you 10 minutes ago. Where was all this outrage 10 minutes ago, dumb fuck?
Our speakers for the panel, former Navy officer, host of Human Events Daily, Jack Posobiec.
Wait. Sunglasses is the guy that got super pissed from the last one? And he's going to be on a panel with Steven? Ooh, he's a stolen valor guy. Interesting. This one is more sleepstony. I believe you. Wait, didn't we watch the beginning of this and we were super bored? I don't remember. Exactly. Why does he walk like that? He's a veteran. Come, Gremlin. Jesus Christ, you can't be asking questions like that. They could have very serious answers. And then your question has implications you didn't mean to have. Chill out. He spends the first half of the day speaking in a fake Russian accent. Yikes. Dormammu got a hold of him.
These are OGs. These aren't Vipers.
These are OGs.
Please.
These aren't Vipers. My brother found them in my parents' closet. We've had them since the 90s.
Link us where you said that about extra 30 minutes for $50 or I'll ban you. Too late. I already timed you out. Fucking YouTube chat. What are you guys going to learn? You guys better start listening to Dormammu, dumb fucks. Go sue me in court for banning you.
Welcome back to the stage, Stephen Bonnell. And my man who just hit 150,000 subscribers, the Sean Fitzgerald.
Who? Oh, Zinderhall.
And host of the news and why it matters from Blaze TV, Sarah Gonzalez.
Sarah, I feel like your shoes need their own introduction.
I was hoping.
Ooh, a man of taste. Already looking at the feet. Interesting. Well, Jack, let's see if the feet are any indication of who's going to be the winner of this round of Better Discourse, huh?
Hoping that NASA could see them from space when I was walking here. Was my
I think
goal.
you're giving Nico a run for his money.
You know, someone's got to do it. So.
Well, thank you guys for being with us here today. I wanted to start off by saying something that I think is probably obvious to anyone who's at this conference.
We can't escape the feet. No, these feet were made for stepping, and that's just what they'll do.
America is in the midst of an identity crisis. Vanity Fair recently described the controversy surrounding the 1619 Project, for example, as, quote, a fight over who will tell the story of this country and how we think of its identity.
What the fuck is the 1619 Project? Project. 1619 Project is a long-form journalism project developed by Nicole Hannah-Jones, writers from the New York Times and the New York Times Magazine, which aims to reframe the country's history. But I like how Wikipedia is written so well that it cuts off before I even get an answer what the fuck the question is. Aims to reframe the country's history by placing the consequences of slavery and the contributions of Black Americans at the very center of the United States national narrative. Why? Am I even allowed to ask, or does that make me racist? The project was first published in the New York Times Magazine in August 2019 for the 400th anniversary of the arrival of the first enslaved Africans in the English colony of Virginia. There were also the first Africans in mainland British America, though Africans had been in other... Okay. Okay, criticism, blah, blah, blah. It's its own rabbit hole? Okay. I thought a whole part of, like, why we're upset with the current telling of history is it's all centered around, like, old white dudes. And so we're just going to focus it on a bunch of old black dudes. Okay. Well, that's one way of doing it. I won't speak any further on that.
It seems as if we are to find any common ground, we might first start by seeing if we can even agree on what is our national story, what does it mean to be an American, what are our country's founding principles, and should they be seen as a source of unity or a source...
Can only focus on one thing? Exactly. Like, I get, like, bringing them into the picture, that would probably help to paint, like, a more clear image of, like, how we got to where we are historically and stuff. I don't know if making that the forefront of everything makes a ton of sense to me, but okay. All Germans are racist. Are Nazis racist guy? What? Okay.
Of division. Jack, if you...
What did you think about the first debate? The only thing I can think about is how hard Ariel won.
You like to start?
Wow, okay. You know, it's weird kind of thinking about this sort of like national identity stuff.
Books, look at my link. I will if you put it in a dono.
And national narrative, because it feels like every day when, you know, you're sort of in the front lines of, you know, news or breaking news or...
Common principles are, who disagree on what their common goals are. Does that family stay together? Absolutely.
I just don't care what the crazy guy has to say.
Not. And so I think that when you're looking at, how America has really shifted, and we've got these new ideas now, which isn't a surprise because of the indoctrination that's happening in all of these institutions that are teaching our children, teaching these people who are exiting college. When you're looking at that, it's no surprise that we've lost our sense of identity. But certainly, if you are on the train that America needs to come back together, which I recognize there are two thought processes here, and one of them is
covering the shoes? No. Okay. Thank God.
National divorce because we're too far gone.
I'm just covering her face. I'm sorry, chat.
One of them is we need to come back together, and this is how we're going to have to do it. But I would say if you are on the team of coming back together in America, there is absolutely no way we can do it with no sense of common purpose.
I would say that all of us suffer from a really bad bout of recentism. I think it's easy to feel that we have, right now in this moment in history, an incredibly unique fracture in what we would consider an American identity. But I would say that, one, there have been far worse periods of history in the United States. We literally went to war with ourselves over a fractured identity. But even more importantly, I'd say, even in the founding principles of this country, with the Federalist Papers trying to bring together the 13 colonies, we've always kind of had this idea of, yeah, we're Americans, but we're not all just Americans. You've got people that live in different areas. You've got a divide between religious people of different factions. You've got divides between
You have enslaved black people.
City dwellers and urban dwellers. You've got Midwesterners. You've got NFL fans. There's all these different ways that we've historically always kind of divided us. We've had slaves. We've had not slaves. We've had, Irish and Italian immigrants. We've had so many different groups of come into the United States and ultimately, hopefully, merge together. Now, I think we kind of disagree on what it means to merge. We use the phrase melting pot. We have a lot of different groups here. In some ways, we seem to be at strife with one another. But I think that part of the strength of the United States is we've always been, to some extent, pretty fractured. And I think that it's easy to feel because of all of the unique problems we have lately, especially with social media.
Thanks. $3.
Proof of your foot fetish.
Wait, what is proof of my foot fetish? Uh-oh. Wait. What did you link? Oh, a clip. Oh, no. Well, you put it in a dono, so I'll have to click it.
He might say. And that was said by some guy named Tyrion from...
Hopefully she will keep her shoes on. You and I pray to different gods, friend.
He might say.
Oh, wee. Okay. Did I really say that?
And that was said.
You and I pray to different gods, friend. Jesus Christ, book smarts. Yikes! This one's going on Patreon.
That we're in some unique point in history where our identity is fractured. And I mean, aside from the Civil War, aside from internment camps of World War II, aside from crazy college kids that were indoctrinated in the 60s protesting against things like the Vietnam War and civil rights, I think that we've always had a healthy amount of conflict in the U.S. identity. I think that we can do things to bring it together, but I think it's important to recognize that it's not unique that we feel fractured today.
Do you think, though, that it's the level of contempt that we have for one another, for people who disagree with us, is unique? That we're at?
Oh, we have a DGGer in the chat. Thank God. I was waiting for this. I need more of you in my community. Clip chimped. He never said that. It was out of context. He was talking about metaphorical coconuts. Yeah, what that guy said. Now, if only I had 20 of you to rub together on a Reddit, then I would really be getting into it. That's what I need. Oh no, I hope this is another clip. What do you have to say, Sag?
No, not November hitting different this year. Books is down bad.
Oh my God. I was in a private conversation with some other streamers the other day, and I was saying, I think that I'm becoming terminally online. I think that I've been watching too much of the other Twitch streamers, because you know what happened? I had like a sexy dream about alinity. And when I woke up, I was like, I felt so dirty. I was like, damn, that bitch did it with the door open, man. We just did that in like the entryway of the house. She had her OnlyFans thing like tattooed on her leg. It was such a weird dream. I was just helping her bring in her groceries, and she started getting crazy. And I was like, I gotta go back to God. I gotta start meditating again. I gotta cut this shit out of my life. It's been having some negative impacts on my mental. I won't lie to you. And it waits until I go to sleep. and my defenses are down, and that's when it gets me. So yeah, I'm getting hit particularly hard. That's why I can't sleep, because when I sleep, I think about streamers. I can't help it, dude. It is the November stuff, dude. There must have been a full moon or something, bro. It must have been something. Can't touch grass in your own mind. Yeah, I know, bro. There are no fields in my mind. No fields of grass, just fields of ass. As far as the eye can see, just big old fucking badonk ass. And I cannot escape it. Not saying I want to necessarily in the moment. I'm a weak man, dude. I'm a weak man, but I know it's better for me if I touch the grass.
A pretty high point of contempt, because it's one thing to say like we're fractured, we have different cultures or different opinions and different beliefs, but I think it's another thing to say we also view people with different opinions as morally in the wrong, and we have contempt for them. Is that something that's new, do you think?
I don't think so. I think that we've had, historically, there have been huge conflicts between different groups of people in the United States where we've seen, Irish and Italian immigrants were like enemies of the U.S. or couldn't find employment in places. Union versus non-union workers, especially post-civil rights era, was a huge divide in terms of how, should unions be regulating themselves or should the federal government do it, a la the Civil Rights Act. I think we've always had like some level of contempt for each other. I think that what's unique today in U.S. history is the amplification exists in a way that it never did before, which I could maybe say to some extent makes it a little unique. Because, a long time ago, if I hated Joe Schmo in my neighborhood, I hated Joe Schmo in my neighborhood. Maybe everybody in my neighborhood knew. If it was really bad, maybe my church knew. If it was really bad, maybe everybody in the union knew. But nowadays, the entire world can know in a heartbeat if I don't like a particular guy, and uniquely, the entire world can come down on that guy. Cancel culture didn't exist when news only spread as far as your newspaper traveled.
But I would also argue that that's why it is more fractured than in previous times, because as you said, the amplification of one voice can affect so many different people that they didn't even realize that they could affect.
I'm actually not going to disagree with him on that. We literally had a mini civil war over the state of Kansas. I think that we've had worse times, and a lot of this national divorce talk is doom and gloom. And I called it subversive nonsense on Twitter, and people got mad at me for it. But we've had divisions that are deep in this country that have led to conflict in this country. I think the thing that's different now is the way that we view the federal government. Right now, we believe that when you elect the president, it's that person's job to impose their will on the rest of the country. Before, we had more checks and balances, so you could have states that were kind of going in their own direction because you had specific roles for the federal government and specific roles for the states. So I don't think it's as bad as it's ever been. I think that is a little bit of catastrophizing for sure, but I think the way we view national politics is worse.
I think also to piggyback on the back of that real quick too, I think that a lot of it becomes a numbers game with the amplification as well. Let's say, for instance, I could show you every single day a new story of a horrific...
When this lady walked out, I really liked her. Then she talked. Unlucky. Jesus Christ, dude. Yikes. And they say I'm down bad. What the fuck? Thank you, dude. Some fat ass ninja? What? That sounded not good. Ooh. We're walking into a lot of very dangerous optical territory here. Some fat ass ninja. Gotta say that way slower next time. All right, let's just continue. Is Book drunk? No, I just haven't slept yet.
Black on white hate crime or white on black hate crime. If I could show you one story every single day, would that even necessarily be a bad thing? In a nation of 330 million people, you're never going to have zero problems. You're never going to have zero crime. There's something called the Chinese bank robber fallacy, where I could theoretically show you 1,000 new Chinese bank robberies happening every single day, assuming...
Oh, it's the thing he talks about on stream.
That, we're looking at all the Chinese people across the world, and it still wouldn't necessarily make it a trend or a bad thing. It's just when you have so many numbers of people, you're bound to be able to pick and choose the types of stories you want to tell, which can lead people into thinking that things are so much worse than they actually are.
So the biggest division today isn't necessarily even political.
Chinese bank robbers. It's
in the sense of conservative, liberal, or Republican, Democrat. The biggest thing is that we're living now in the United States through an era of regime politics, and there is.
I pay for Amazon Prime for you. I'm JFQT on YouTube. See ya in YouTube chat. Yeah, good to hear you're in the base chat, dude. What's the first fast food place you hit up when you come back to America? Del Taco. I'm a dirty bitch, dude. I'm a dirty bitch. You fucking got me. I go to Del Taco every time. I go to Del Taco. And what do I get? I get a fucking couple of quesadillas. I get my half-pound bean burrito with the fucking macho sauce inside of it.
and I get my Del beef. Oh, baby, do I get my Del beef. Oh. You know why? Let me explain. Because I see you guys saying Chipotle. You have to ease into it, fellas. It's a lot like if you came back from not smoking weed for a while, you can't just like go back to like 100 milligram edible. You'll get fucked up. It will not be pleasant. And then you'll be ruined for, the next ones. You have to build back up slowly. I like easing into it. I like edging close to what good Mexican food is. So what I do is I eat the shitty stuff. And I love the shitty stuff because I haven't had it in a long time and it's close enough. I get the nacho cheese. It's good shit. I go to Taco Bell, get the fucking nacho cheese. And then you go to like the shittier Mexican place down the street. It's like so-so. It's open till fucking 2 o'clock in the morning. You go to that place. Then you go to the place across the street that's actually good, where they cook that shit at home and then they bring it in. Then you go to the swap meet and you get the fucking tamales from Abuela. And then you go to your Abuela's house, you get arroz con pollo and tamales. Oh, baby. This process, you got to fucking work your way up to it. That's how you enjoy every step of the way. That's the secret to life, party people. You have to work your way up. There was a phrase that a wise Swedish man told me. And that phrase is you don't want to drink too much wine during your beer phase, right? You don't want to be stepping outside of what you're meant to enjoy at a certain period. You're going to want to enjoy beer when you're at the beer phase. And then when you get to the wine phase of life, you enjoy wine. When you're at the Del Taco phase of getting back used to fast food, enjoy Del Taco because it's good at that phase. Then you move on up to the shittier Mexican place, then you move to the better Mexican place, then you move to home cooking, then you move to the best home cooking. That's how you do it. That's how you do it, okay? That's how you do it.
There has been really since probably 2015, 2014, a level of...
And then you go to Mexico. Then you say, fuck this country, I'm going back to Mexico, and then you get the real shit. That completes the cycle. Then you go to Europe, where their idea of tacos don't even involve cilantro.
Populist sentiment on both the right and the left.
What is that noise?
A level of populist sentiment on both the right and the left that has, and I think rightly, targeted this regime of, and it's tied to the federal government, it's tied to the president, it's also tied to Congress, it's tied to many institutions throughout the government, or that work in hand with the government. The rise of essentially this administrative state that, and it was, goes back to Wilsonian doctrine. This idea that universities and the academy would essentially borrow some of the sovereignty from our government and then be used to control, the decisions of the government itself, even though they're, of course, not elected officials. This was part of the German idea that the regime should exist separate from elected government, and that so that science and enlightenment and reason should be...
You said he was doing a Russian accent. He's got a pretty good fucking accent for trying to fake a Russian accent. I don't... You guys said he would fake a Russian accent. I'm not hearing that at all.
Separated from the muddy, grubby world of politics. And so that regime has become more and more powerful. It has also been amplified by many of these factors. But because so many people have decided that it is not serving the people well, they're turning to candidates then, and again, this is both on the right and the left, that are actually in opposition to that regime. If you look at what happened in 2016, and then after that, you can see that the regime feels vested, which is when anything because of this mediation on many of these other the regime, I don't necessarily down division.
I want to get back to this question just quickly about the level of
Yeah, get us back to that question. I already forgot what he was talking about.
Contempt that we feel for one another as a result of all this. I was reading a recent Brown and Stanford University study that reported that effective polarization, meaning the amount of negativity that a citizen feels towards political parties other than their own, has increased dramatically in the United States in the past 40 years. And I agree with you. I don't think that it's necessarily organically a political kind of division. I think that's being manufactured. But in the past 40 years, people are now reporting more contempt, more negativity towards people in the other party. So if you look at people in 1960, for example, 4% of Democrats and 4% of Republicans said they would be unhappy if their child chose to marry someone of the opposite political party. By 2019, that figure was 45% of Democrats and 35% of Republicans said they would be unhappy if their child married outside of their political party. What are the factors specifically, if there are any factors like social media that are making this a uniquely contemptuous time for people with disagreements? What are those factors? Could we agree on what some of those are?
Well, I would say that we've known for a long time. I mean,
actually going for agreement. I do like
if you
that.
guys read The Righteous Mind, Jonathan Haidt's book, that it's Haidt, but I like to call him Haidt because that's how it's spelled. If you read his book, that the left has hated the right for a long time in this nation. And one of the unique things, and they've done this through surveys where the left literally can't understand, the further left you are, the worse you are at guessing the values of right-wing people. But one of the things that's happened that's become interesting is now we have the right hating them back. It used to be a situation where the left thought you were evil if you were on the right wing, and people on the right just thought you were wrong or stupid, and they would try to convince you. But now we're seeing this almost, it's taken decades. We're seeing the right push back, and I don't know if that's due to social.
Lucas, the book guy? No, that's Xander Hall, dumbass.
Media. I don't know if it's due to the fact that for decades these people are telling you that they hate you, and you can only go for so long saying, oh, they're just ignorant, or now people are like, all right, I hate you back. But I think the right's polarization, or they're more vitriol for the left. That 35% number is it's still lower. But I think that's relatively new.
I think as well, a lot of this, to kind of use my theory of the regime on this is foment, them pivoting in this conscience of national Black Lives Matter, Boogaloo as well, and various type of are seeking Arab Spring groupings of regime that you're seeing in Eastern Europe. It's really used is through the lens of events narratives.
The regime has always done, if we look at it from the regime lens, I feel like that's an unsatisfactory explanation because the government has always done weird stuff. Whether we're talking Tuskegee with the experiments on black people and syphilis, whether we're talking the FBI informants that were embedded into people like the Black Panthers in the civil rights era, I think the government's always been up to kind of funny business. Whether we're talking about MK Ultra, there's this
buzzword salad. Yeah, that motherfucker should work in internet marketing. He's got the SEO fucking keyword game down, dude.
All sorts of different projects that the government has done. Arguably, some that have been worse in the past than what exists today. I feel like for a slightly less conspiratorial view, rather than regime versus the people, I think that something that happens, it's kind of in line. I guess obviously I favor my paradigm, with the amplification of stuff, is something that's happened is we have become hyper-nationalized in our political landscape, and we're kind of sold this illusion that there is a unifying democratic...
Is that his belly button or his pants? What do you guys think? 1 for belly button, 2 for pants. That's a lot of ones. That's a lot of ones. Damn. Okay. Why are we saying 3? Okay. Well.
In our political landscape, and we're kind of sold this illusion that there is a unifying Democratic Party and a unifying Republican Party, and that is absolutely not true. A Democrat that exists in West Virginia has absolutely nothing in common with a Democrat generally that exists in California. And we have this issue where and it doesn't surprise me that people might view each other as worse, but that's because if I were to ask a Republican in any of the Bible Belt, what do you think of when I say Democrat? You're not actually thinking of another Democrat that might exist in your city or on your state legislature or your city council or whatever. You're thinking of AOC. You're thinking
of that's dead ass gotta be his belly button, no doubt, bro. No doubt,
on your state legislature.
Yo, that's his belly button for sure. My tour's in the chat. You got this fucked up.
Or your city council, whatever. You're thinking of
AOC.
AOC.
That's the belly button for sure. That's the belly button for sure. I'm not hearing it otherwise, dude. Body shaming smarts? I'm literally just asking questions, dude. You can't be in trouble for asking questions.
You're thinking of the justice Dems. You're thinking of President Biden.
Focus, he's saying stuff. No, the problem is he's responding to the other guy, and the other guy's batshit crazy. So I'm only half listening because only half of what he's saying is important.
Obama. And then much the same if I ask a Democrat, oh, well, who are you thinking about? They're thinking Jim Jordan, or they're thinking Donald Trump, or they're thinking of all of these national level Republicans. I think that when we kind of lose, I think that when we look at our unique political landscapes that exist on a local level, you're going to find a lot of overlap in values. If you go to a particular city election, it's pretty rare that you're going to have an ultra left-leaning socialist running against a far-right Trump supporter. Usually there's going to be a lot of shared values in between the two of these people because that's typically how local politics works. But I think when we become so nationalized in all of these conversations, we kind of forget, not to call anybody out, but who is on your state legislature, or who is your mayor, or who is your governor sometimes. People don't even know, But we sure can name the last thing that AOC tweeted or the last fight that Ben Shapiro got in with some congressperson because the national level politics is all we see. And when that is what you see, I think because we see the most extreme of that, you tend to think that the people of the opposite political party living near you embody the values of the most extreme figures you see from halfway across the country on Twitter or television.
I I kind of want to add to something, Sean, that you said, which was, I know you said, finally the right has said, I hate you back. And I do just, maybe it's semantics to some people, but to me, I would just like to, in my opinion, tweak that a little bit, which is, I think that you can only poke the bear for so long until the bear finally says, I'm
This sped up, it's 1.3. It's barely.
done, right? So what I have seen, it has not been so much that you hate us and we hate you back, but it's just we have been disrespected for so long. We have been told that we are white supremacists, that we are this, that we are that we are transphobic, that we are homophobic, all of the phobics for so long that you can only live like that for so long before you turn back and say, you know what, I'm kind of done. I just don't really care to live like this anymore. And I do think that it is an important distinction because in my experience, I haven't seen that hatred coming from the right, but more so just, okay, I'm kind of tired of this. I'm done with the energy. I just don't want to play the game anymore.
Oh, for sure. And I do think a big driving factor is the emphasis on racial politics.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, race is very divisive, and no matter what most people say about how they don't mind being called racist at this point, it's something that bothers you because that's one of the worst things to call somebody. It's close. The closest thing to it is calling somebody a pedophile. Like, that's how serious the allegation is. So ever since the left has really, and you could track their mentions of white supremacy on Google Trends, ever since they've ratcheted up that rhetoric, we've seen the...
He's looking for Dormammu. Yo, Dormammu, what are we thinking? Uh-oh. He's channeling the energy, guys.
Response from the Republicans because they were always nasty. They always hated George W. Bush. They would call him an idiot. They hated Sarah Palin and all that. But we're like, whatever. That's politics. We understand. We don't like Hillary Clinton because she kills people. We get it. But once everybody became deplorable white supremacists and all that, and you just see this everywhere. And it's not the full left. Progressives make up 7% of the population, and these are the people most likely to be ratcheting it up. But people just fall in line and they comply with that loud 7%. And
do you like my new woo? No, not particularly.
I think that's led to the right seeing the left as that and realizing that even if I know intellectually you don't hate me on the left, you're willing to stand idle while my name gets dragged through the mud or my family's members' names gets dragged through the mud because you're not willing to call it out because we've glorified the allegations of racism in this country. So I do think that has led to, that is the poking of the bear, and that's where we went too far, or they went too far.
We would also probably be remiss, or I would probably be remiss if we didn't large society's vaccination regime or scapegoat that are Ukrainians who have become vaccinated. Your vaccination's not going to sit here, and I don't think I take a group of people and on them. This has been done throughout. Come up with these scapegoat targets.
There's something else to that, Jack, and actually we talked about it on my show yesterday, which was it was a comment that I had just gotten, and I hear this all the time in regards to COVID-19, which is the idea that someone had said, well, true patriots care more about public health than they do about individual freedom. And I hear that so often, is that people are like, you are not patriotic if you don't care about the common good. If you care about the common good, you will do this for your neighbor. You will wear the mask. You will get vaccinated. You will do all these things. And I really do hear that so often, that there are these two lines of thought that you're not patriotic unless you put the greater good first, even though when you look back at the collectivist mentality, that's never been what America has stood for. That's never been what America was founded on. And yet somehow here we are finding ourselves with these people who have been conditioned to view their freedoms as selfish. And I think it's a really dangerous time.
I think we've absolutely been collectivists in the past. We literally had a draft where we forced young men who were 18 years old to go overseas and fight to the death in wars. I would say that we had an office of censorship around World War II, where we were literally disallowing people casting baseball games to talk about the weather because we didn't want foreign enemies to have any sort of information coming into the United States. I think that there's always been a healthy balance between these are our private liberties, but as we tell our children, with more freedoms comes more responsibilities. You want to drive, that's fine. You can't drink and drive. If you want to stay out late, that's fine. But you've got to call and check in. It's always been historically, whether we're talking to our children or our fellow countrymen, that with additional freedoms is always necessarily going to come additional responsibilities, because you just can't have an anarchist society.
He's so good at wording all of his stuff. I'm not commenting on it at all, but he's so good at wording all of his points. They're all pretty polished and stuff.
With everybody running around doing as they will and saying we have freedom, because freedom is really only as good as
Destiny looking cute in those jeans. Destiny, chill out. As
the people around you ensure it is. You can have an ultimately free society that at the end of the day you don't have the ability to do anything inside. So whether that's a pandemic and you're immunocompromised and now you can't go anywhere because nobody wants to do anything to take care of themselves or take care of you to make sure that you don't get sick, or whether that's driving on the road and other people are drunk driving because we decide, well, they can drunk drive, but if they get in an accident, that's where we're going to punish them. I think that we always accept some level of limits on our freedom. If we want to say also that there's a two-tier system being created between the vaccinated and the non-vaccinated, I guess we can say that, but that system was created a long time ago. We've had that for a long time in order to go to public schools. And most
That's not
schools,
true. That's completely not true.
Wait, do you require vaccinations to attend most schools?
Did they check a vaccination status when we got into
going to the theater?
There are
a vaccination status when we got into this theater, when you went to a supermarket, when you went to...
I would argue going to school is more important than going to the theater.
Most states have exemptions.
This is Mott and Bailey, right? We're not talking about those vaccines. We're talking about this vaccine.
And I'm just saying, if you...
What? I'm so confused. I hate that shit. Exclamation point jargon. Exclamation point jargon. I don't like that Mott and Bailey shit. Watch it 8/14/09 if you want to be confused. Okay. 8/14/09. Is that underneath my sticky note? No, it's not. We're at 4:13.
Watch it 8/14/09 if you want to be confused.
Realize that all your money is tied up through us. 关于他们美国和中国这些两个国家也是两个系统的话，然后和他们这是一个挣扎的话，这个挣扎的话肯定要有一个国家，全体国家超级中国，超级国
I wonder if this is being translated in the Twitch chat.
肯定这个的话肯定是中国的。There will be one world superpower, and it will be China.
Apologies. My computer was made in China. I just want to make sure I got my bases covered. Whew. Okay. I have no further comments on what he said there. Let's move back to where we were before. 4:13, I think it was. 4:13, huh?
Say that, but that system was created a long time ago. We've had that for a long time. In order to go to public schools, and most
That's
private
not
schools,
true. That's completely not true.
Wait, do you require vaccinations to attend most schools?
Did they check a vaccination status when we got into this theater? When you went to a supermarket? When you went to?
I would argue going to school is more important than going to the theater.
Most states have exemptions.
This is Mott and Bailey, right? We're not talking about those vaccines. We're talking about this vaccine.
And I'm just saying, if you to utter the phrase, we're creating a two-tier system between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated, that's already existing.
There's a crucial distinction.
It's actually happening.
Absolutely, you cannot go to public schools and most private schools unless you are vaccinated, and you have to show a record of that.
So I'd like to just correct, but on top of that, most states in this country offer a wide variety of exemptions for parents to fill out. I know because I do them. It's very easy. I go to my state's registrar, the Department of Health. I go fill out my information. They send me a form. I go get it notarized saying I don't.
Oh boy, Gus is fucking testing me. 中国人生是饮品冰淇淋 How'd I do, Supreme? Was that pretty good? 中国人生是饮品冰淇淋 How'd I do? He said it? He almost speaks as well as Dr. Disrespect. Is he still banned, or can I watch clips of him? That shit's... Am I allowed to say I think it's funny? I bet you it's in my search history. Oh, you guys can't see it, right? That's the only thing I look up about Dr. Disrespect. Oh shit. Some days I have a bad day and I have to watch it, dude. It puts a little pep in my step. The fact that he gets away with that shit is just crazy to me. Yeah, I watch YouTube in fucking light mode because I grew up with it in light mode, and you can suck my dick. Hypothetically, of course, in Minecraft. Oh, man, because I understand power dynamics, and you guys have a parasocial relationship with me. All right, let's go ahead and continue here.
Don't want my children to be vaccinated for whatever reason I so choose, my personal conscience. I believe that it's New York and California who are the only ones who have done away with everything except medical, but medical still remains. So the idea that I can't send my kids to public school or private school unless they're vaccinated is absolutely untrue. I know because I do it.
There's an exemption process, though. My understanding for the COVID-19 vaccine as well, though. Yes, you're allowed to get tested, and you can show that you've been tested.
Many employers are not accepting that exemption. But I have a question. Do you believe, Stephen, that you don't believe that there's an attempt to use vaccine status to divide us in this country? You don't think that's happening?
I think at this point you could literally tell people to stop shitting in the streets, and Republicans will pull down their pants and run up and down and do it. I think that people are looking...
Oh my goodness. You wouldn't do that, right? Well, I mean, if the Democrats said they didn't want us to, what choice do we have?
Looking for divisions in any possible place you can find it. I guess as an American citizen, I think that we have access to a wonderful society, but there's going to be some buy-in to that society. Whether it triggers people or not, like paying taxes is part of your obligation to society. You know, being a good neighbor is part of your obligation to society. Taking the bare minimum steps to ensure that you're not transmitting a deadly disease over and over and over again to other people is like the bare minimum step you can take in society. I think it's a fair.
What does being a good neighbor mean, though? That means
when am I gonna hear the accent? I really don't care about any of this shit. I don't care what the fuck dumb people think about vaccines. I barely care what he thinks about vaccines. It makes no difference. I really don't care about any of this. It coming? Okay.
different things to different people, right? Like when you're saying, but when you're saying it's my responsibility, public health is my responsibility, it is not my responsibility that we have an obesity crisis in this nation. I have not forced people to go and make themselves.
Obesity is not contagious.
But it makes people more prone to getting COVID, which means that so if you, but if you have made yourself have comorbidities to something that is going around, how is that my responsibility?
Yo, bro. I didn't have the fucked up genes that gave your kids asthma. If we voted for what I wanted us to vote for, we wouldn't even fucking have people with asthma. We wouldn't have people with many of these fucking ailments, dude. So don't get on my back about my fucking public obligation. Let me vote for what I want to vote for, and I'll make our people better. Okay. Shit. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right.
Responsibility.
I mean, we can talk about reasonable steps you can take to prevent one from getting sick. I don't know if I would say that like every single person.
But that wasn't your argument.
People don't take care of their own bodies.
I don't think we can say every single person has lived an optimally healthy life. Otherwise, it's your responsibility.
Right, but that wasn't
when it comes down to like a vaccine, when it comes down to like a vaccine.
By the way, can you guys see why I brought up vaccines? Because like this was kind of, you know, we were kind of like just chilling up here, and then I was like, let's talk about something.
He wanted to make it interesting.
Actually, this I think goes to your point.
We are going to now speak of the
very
vaccine. We are going to have a lively argument and discussion for your viewing pleasure.
Suddenly, it's very contentious.
Yeah,
okay?
I do have a point about
that. Das ist Deutsch, ja. Das ist Deutsch, right? That's not Russian, guys. That's Jesus' great accent book. It's not an accent, bro. It's one of the voices in my head. I, too, listen to Dormammu sometimes. He gives me all my comedy chops. He devolves to Russian? Okay.
Because you brought up the in order to go to public school.
He got laughs, and now he's like, ooh, okay, I think I found something here.
And true, we require most kids. There are exceptions to get vaccinated for public.
It's like me when I do the Jar Jar voice. I'm like, all right, there's something there. Let's go ahead and flesh that out a little bit more.
Schools. But what do we require them to get vaccinated for? Diseases that are either more contagious than COVID and diseases that are more deadly for children than COVID. Like, we don't require flu shots every year for kids to go to public schools. And COVID for kids in that age is about as dangerous as the flu.
Nor
like,
did
if you
we
want to
require
compare this to a smallpox vaccine, smallpox is...
Do the Jar Jar voice? No, bro. If you guys want to see me do really bad voices, like when I first started out and I didn't know what was what, you can look up Booksmart's impressions on here. And this Stewart video is really fucking good for like, hey, what's early Booksmart shit. I wonder if that's... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, so this is the voices one. I think he has another one that's like optical failures or something. Optical... it's probably on his channel. That one's
What's up, America? Gulag.
Oh shit, it's the only other one. The rhetoric guy.
Go XLR Mini. It's so simple. You only need one input in the slabs. Wow!
Ugh, that didn't sound very... Well, harassment's fun. Ugh, that didn't sound very good.
No, Mrs. Stay.
Okay, that's as much as you're getting. I'll give you a little... I don't want to listen to that shit. Okay, there you go.
Fatality rate was 30%. It was a worldwide pandemic, like or a worldwide plague on humanity. These two things are not comparable. So
I agree that we don't require flu shots, but if the flu was killing, 500,000 people in a year.
We're out of the garage. I'm a more earthly, worldly book. I understand now. I literally am in love with Star Wars. And the purity of my love knows no racial boundaries. I didn't think it was that bad. And then I kind of thought about what else sounds like that. And then I was like, Jar Jar's kind of dumb and subservient. Yeah, okay, this is a little bit cringe.
Children then
Hold on. The flu fatality rates are nowhere near the SARS.
He's talking about for children.
Talking about children.
Sure.
He brought up
But
schools.
you don't get vaccinated just for children. I don't know why conservatives are so short-sighted when it comes to public health. You don't get shot just for the children. You get shot to protect their families, to protect their teachers, to protect other people in society. This is how vaccinations work. Vaccinations are not an individual protection measure. It is a societal epidemiological health prescription.
Just to get us back on subject for a second. I'm curious, because we all seem to be, at least I thought we were in agreement on several things until we got to this very divisive issue of vaccines. But I'm just curious, do you believe that there's a concerted effort in this country to divide the populace along issues like race, for example, using race, for example, to divide us, using the vaccine to divide us, using partisanship,
I think
so she's definitely in line with like all of them. What? I can't tell what I dislike more, when the moderator can't do anything or when the moderator very clearly is like in cahoots with everybody. I really can't. Yeah, I don't know.
Division is a byproduct of other goals. I don't think the goal is explicitly like we're going to divide with this issue and focus on it. I think that people have issues that they care about a lot.
Did you ever dress up as Watto for Halloween? No. I can do the Watto voice, but I'm sure that's equally feels weird, man, for you guys. I dressed up as Django Fett for Halloween, though, one year. We built the whole thing from scratch. And that was pretty fucking pog. I had a kick-ass fucking elementary school costume. Because my uncle is like a special effects artist and like a prop maker. So him and my dad, who's super duper artistic and not in the meme way, he's just literally artistic. They came together and like built the whole suit for me and stuff. And that was really fucking cool.
And then people end up being divided on it. So whether we're talking about people on the left dividing people with the coronavirus or Republicans dividing people with abortion, I don't think anybody's goal is to divide somebody with a topic. It's just you have things you care a lot about, and then you push it, and those topics end up becoming divisive because people disagree with them.
Look, I think people's uninformed nature leads to bad policy and authoritarian policy. We've seen the polling that a bunch of people in this country think that the hospitalization rate for COVID-19 is over 50%, over 30%. So, like, people think that COVID sends you to the hospital like smallpox. I understand why they're pressuring their governments to pass regulations to treat it like smallpox.
Russ Doe had a column in the New York Times where he was saying that, what if COVID was 10 times more deadly? And my response was like, well, yeah, then I'd be there with you, right? That I would understand some of this stuff and we could take those steps, right? If it was as deadly as smallpox, then yes, certainly we would be using much more drastic measures. But when it comes to this, I find it very interesting that we argue more about the effects of the steps that we're going to be taking on this, rather than for me, I've been a big proponent of understanding where COVID came from. January 2021, various Chinese else, and it's amazing to me how drive the conversation into this that has mandates, and it's amazing to me that when I see track from something that's just happened, he has a political laws, he's pushed the new rule, 49 pages. I think the order, because I do look at everything through the regime, not everything. See that a lot of what the regime and these orders is really being pushed to help.
Idea that I am supposed to put my child at risk, because there is risk to both things.
You like the audience? They're nice? Yeah, I guess so.
Right. If you want to say there is risk that my child might be one of the few who gets COVID-19 and has some sort of long-term complications or, passes away, there's risk there. There is also a risk when you are talking about a medicine, a drug that you are injecting into your body. And I just think the idea that I am supposed to put my child at risk for a stranger at the supermarket that I don't even know, I am beholden to some stranger in society more so than I am to my own family, is absolutely preposterous.
I mean, you can play that on both sides.
I really am starting to dislike this lady. I really am. I thought I would be sick of this conversation because of him, but fast forwarding him makes him a lot more bearable. Her, not so much. Her, not so much. I hate these people. Yeah, me too. It's just frustrating because it's a mindset that's not very helpful for like us as a country. Like living in Europe more and more shows me the bad parts of American culture more and more. And this is one of them, is this like this. There's a minimal risk to me and mine. I'm not going to do something I'm afraid of for all of you guys, because it is just a fear thing. I don't think it's like a measured like decision that people are making. I don't think they're in positions where they can make these sorts of like measured decisions. It's just like out of fear, and they don't want to help other people and yada yada. I don't know.
Besides, though, maybe you think you don't want to put your child. I wouldn't want to put my child at risk being in a classroom with your child. I don't want my child to contract something.
Then stay home.
I don't want.
Then stay home.
No, but your child is the problem, not mine. Because I'm
It's
willing
not,
for
though.
my child
You
to take the
can't
minimum
spread a
number of
virus
steps
that you don't
necessary.
have.
I'm willing to have my child take the minimum steps necessary to make sure that they're safe and they protect their classmates as well. I'm guessing you're probably against children wearing masks too, or other types of.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So you're.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm setting a timer. I'm setting a 10-minute timer. I'm sorry, guys. I can't. This is that's where I draw the line. 10 minutes, $50 if you want me to continue. I don't expect that we're going to hit that. This content sucks. And then we will be done with this probably.
It's abusive. It's abusive.
Yeah, but the problem is,
my child never wore a mask.
If my child catches something or gets something because another student isn't taking the minimum preventative risks, and we know that children are pretty tenacious when it comes to the coronavirus, they're probably not going to die. They're probably not even going to get seriously ill. But if they bring that home to grandma and grandpa, and now grandma and grandpa died because you decided to fill out a bullshit exemption for your kid because you didn't want them to get a vaccination because of a stranger in a supermarket, that's just absolutely absurd.
Okay, so hold on. So here's the thing. It's if your mask works, if your vaccine works, if your child's vaccine works, you shouldn't have to worry about my child. My child is not a threat to you.
No, dumbass. Oh my goodness. I can't with this. Oh, that's not how any of this works. It's that level of ignorance that makes me say something like, I don't think she is educated or in a position enough where she can even make these calls. And she's clearly not with statements like that. So it's just like, I don't know. This is why I tell you guys don't argue with your family members about this shit, because they're far gone, dude. Like, I think if we want to talk about like ideologies having some like negative impacts on Americans, these parties and these ideologies get you motherfuckers bought into some really dumbass ideas. She's bought into this dumbass idea. Lefties are bought into dumbass ideas like revolution or third parties. Revolution.
What is this?
That kind of shit, dude. Like, you guys just, you get bought into really stupid shit. And then there's no pulling you out of it. And it's just sad to see. Masks protect people around you, fucking insipid morons. Well, yeah, I don't know, dude.
If you believe in your science, then believe in your science. You're fine. And if you don't, and you're worried about my child, what does that say?
I cannot understand how conservatives are so bad with probability. Absolutely blows my mind.
Why do you keep saying
if your seatbelt
conservatives?
works, why do you have an airbag? If your airbag works, why does your car crumple? If this all works, why do you have other?
Why are you saying that, mod lady? You need to be quiet. Oh man, this conversation's dead skis, dude. I swear the party that hates America the most are conservatives. Well, they just have a very different idea of what America is, dude. That's the one thing. They don't hate America, dude. They hate your guys' ideas for America, like lefterly ideas for America. They don't like the idea that you're going to restrict all their personal freedoms in favor of like what the collective good is, because they don't think that's part of like what America is. That's what these people are arguing. That we shouldn't be restricting like individual freedoms. We shouldn't be forcing stuff on people. The part of what makes America America is that everybody has the choice to live how they want to without the government breathing down their necks about this shit. So that's their stance on it. I think it's probably better moving forward as like a developed society that we learn that there are benefits to some collectivist like approaches to certain problems, and healthcare or public health is probably one of those things. Like public health, probably better that we don't have like an individualistic approach. It's probably better to have like a more communal or more collective approach to it, right? Public transport, probably better we think about that in a collective sense or in a collectivist sense than we do on an individualistic way or at an individualistic level. But they hold on to ideologies like this individual freedom shit, and they just say, no matter what, this ideology will guide me through. Similar to how in the Bullet conversation, Bullet's like, I have these ideas about range safety and about gun safety, and they should give me the answers to every single situation. Like, no, they give you the answers to all sorts of stuff for sure, but you need to like have enough, understanding to know where that stops, and where other ideas have to start, and they're not able to draw those lines at places that I think are like productive.
They're drunk drivers. Like, you can make the dumbest face one in the world, but this every single thing. That's not at all.
Booksmarts, have you heard of the Dr. Vinay Prasad? He's really rhetorically good and is pushing anti-mandate ideas on YouTube. He's getting quite the audience. Well, good thing you just shouted him out, dude. What did IRI say? That's really what I'm scrolling through the chat for. Why do you guys choose to watch here? All sorts of reasons, IRI.
It a great analogy. Is completely one-to-one in comparison. The things that you do epidemiologically is not we're going to do this one thing and 100% prevent the virus, and if we don't, it's a failure. It's all the little steps that you take on the way. If everybody social distance and mask, you prevent the spread this much. If everybody did that and then got vaccinated, you prevent it.
Unfortunately, the vast majority stems from Christian beliefs. Let's try to be smarter. My mom is even smarter than you're being here. Like, it's not Christian beliefs, it's the church. Some people's church gives them stupid ideas and interpretations about Christianity that lead them to be like this, right? It's not Christianity. It's the church that some people go to. Like, you're going to want to keep that in mind. It's not dogma. Don't turn this into some huge thing that it doesn't have to be. Like, that's what I'll say. I don't want to get into a huge rant about it. Did you just call your mom dumb? She's pretty dumb. She'd admit she's pretty dumb. That's fine. If she's watching this right now, she would be laughing. But yeah, it's about the church. It's not about Christianity, dumb fucks. Yeah.
This much. If everybody says something, this is how it works. All of it is probabilistic. This idea that
Catholics are pretty highly vaccinated and the Pope advocated for it. Yeah, it's just going to depend on where you go. And I'm sure there's some Catholic communities and Catholic churches that are like, yeah, I know the Pope said that shit, but what can you do about the Pope? Definitely not my Hispanic communities, because they love the Pope. But certain Hispanic or certain Catholic communities, maybe they're not, right? It's going to depend on your church. It's going to depend on like your community within the church. Wait until they realize the exact same problems exist in Jewish and Muslim countries. Exactly. Like, you guys have to realize it's these individual like places of worship and the people there that are preaching this shit that are the problem. It's not the ideology, guys. And once you get focused on that, you start hating people for being Christians, and that's really not the way that it should work. Like, disagree with their church, but don't disagree with the religion.
Well, you've got something that increases your probability by this percent, so now nobody has anything. It's the dumbest look at.
Do Catholics really listen to the Pope like that? My Catholic family definitely does, but not all Catholics, for sure.
So if you are living in a free society, if you choose to live in a free society and you choose to go into society, you are accepting the risk that you will get a transmissible disease every time you exit your home. That is how a free society works. You will never vaccinate every virus out of the population. You will always have sickness, and we will always...
No, but we're not. That's not his argument, is to vaccinate every single virus. Whatever. So how would you ever fix it? Would this pattern just die out in the modern world? I'm not taking it upon myself to fix it. Just because you see a problem does not mean you need to be the one to come up with a solution for it. Like, this is something the politics people need to realize, because like, anytime they run into a problem, they think that their half-baked little brain with minimal research is going to be able to come up with like the policy solution that's going to fit it. And I'm not that fucking egotistical that I think that. You're not going to get that out of me as a streamer. I'm going to say, I don't know. And it's not a problem that I care to even try to fix. Like, it's something that I think I can identify as a problem and swim around the same way you would swim around an iceberg. You don't hit every iceberg in the ocean and go, how can I plow straight through this? Like, well, Captain, we could go around. Like, I think going around is the thing you want to do as a regular person. I don't know if as a regular person you could necessarily fix this. But I also don't know if maybe you could. Maybe you're Superman and you're able to fix the whole fucking like root of nasty churches and their ideologies. I mean, maybe that's what God created you to do. But I certainly don't feel that about me. So I think just recognizing it, giving you advice to work with the way that the world is. That's probably the best that I could do. And that's what I try to do on the stream. But I'm not going to pretend like I have a solution to that. I'm not going to come up with one and then jump behind it and argue for it and pretend like I'm an ideologue master with all the answers. So, Book is losing it. Really? I'm just answering their question, dude. Is it bad to dislike all religious people? Probably, yeah, my opinion. No, I'm just curious, as it seems like a lost cause. I feel like the person I am looking at a problem and going, that sucks, I don't know how to fix that, is subconsciously frustrating. Sure, but you have control over that frustration. Just point your mind in other places. What kind of stuff can you fix? And the more you fix the stuff that you can fix, the less you're going to be concerned about the problems that you can't.
Transmit diseases, because that's just the way a free society works. So if you are worried about what everyone else is transmitting, you are the one who should stay at home. Because how we've always lived, we've always transmitted flu at the supermarket. No one's been worried about that. So we've always transmitted diseases. No one's been worried about it.
We don't live in a free society. We live in a democratically elected representative government. So if most of the public decides that these mandates...
This chick don't... Oh shit, this bitch don't know about polio. This bitch don't know about Pangea. Whatever. I literally had a president with that shit. Why do people always get worked up? Because they're super into their ideology, dude. All right. We're all done. You didn't just quote Little Dicky. I did just quote Little Dicky. Matter of fact. Yeah. The juxtaposition of Destiny's Rage and the words better discourse is amusing. Well, yeah. Anywho, that's the end of that. How long have I been streaming for? More than enough time. Let's find a place to raid you guys into for the night. I think I'm all done. My voice is gone. Destiny's about to slam her if you want to watch for like 2 more minutes. All right, we'll give it 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes because I'm feeling gracious. We'll give it 2 more minutes. Oops. 2 more minutes.
Are indeed necessary for you to participate in society, then you are the one that is going to have to abide by what the public.
So what is the majority?
That's how our government works. That's how our system works. We're a democratically elected public. That's how it works.
How do you define rights? I'd like to know how you define rights. Like and this will actually get us back on topic a little bit. Where do rights come from? Because it sounds to me...
There's a whole other conversation on, do we believe rights come from God? Do we believe they come from government? Do we talk about positive rights?
But it sounds to me like you're saying it's within your right for the majority to dictate force against others. So, for example, if...
That's how shit works. You guys made alcohol illegal, and you put a bunch of people in jail for it. And then you went, oh, wait, no, fuck that shit. And you undid it. The federal government made weed illegal. And then the states went, yeah, I don't know if we're allowed to do this, but can we just say, like, fuck that shit? And then, like, what? We use force for everything, and people vote on that shit all the time. It's the reason you can't, like, that's what laws are, is you're using force. What is this?
The majority of people say we should enslave...
Where do rice come from? China. Bing Kling. Is that racist? I don't think it is. Rice do be coming from China.
People. Then we should enslave people.
So
is that what you're saying?
we have edged out in our Constitution. There are going to be minimums, or there are going to be certain inalienable rights.
Bing Kling? I don't know how the fuck to pronounce it, bro. My bad. My Mandarin is not as good as Supreme's. You will not be impressed with my Mandarin here, even if it loses me social credit. Book, how do you think they would respond to some of the vaccines created for cancer? I really don't care. I don't even care to think about it, dude. Bing Chi Ling. Can we listen to him do it? Bing Chilling.
早上好，中国。现在。
早上好，中国。Hold on, go slow.
早上好，中国。
早上好，中国。Go on. Fuck.
早上好，中国。
Fuck, that's so hard.
早上好，中。
早上好，
中国。
公。
现在我有冰淇淋。
现在我有冰淇淋。现在我有冰淇淋。
我很喜。
现在我有冰淇淋。现在我有冰淇淋。I said a bing to the link to the bing.
因为冰淇淋，但是速度与激情就比冰淇淋速度与激情就我最喜欢。
最喜欢。That's great.
rights that we cannot take from other people. And that's up to the courts to decide.
Bodily
for us.
How much time do you think he had to practice hers? I don't know. Ask Supreme. I don't even know if he's doing good or bad.
Change the Constitution otherwise, right? You can say about the time you want, but vaccinations are required for children.
Yeah, that's where the China meme comes from.
Going to public schools,
Yeah,
right?
we discussed
the point
that,
is that rights exist on paper, okay? It doesn't matter what right we talk about if we can't leave our house because we're worried about something, or if we can't go. Now, I'm not saying that the coronavirus is so bad you can never leave the house. I'm just saying that in order for society to function, we don't all work in this ultimately free way. We have a responsibility to other people around us. Conservatives should understand this the best because conservatives are the most local people that tend to participate locally in their churches, in their charities. They give more than liberals do. You guys should know this better than anyone else, and that in order for society to function, to be well lubricated, to not have a lot of friction, you have to have some minimum level of buy-in in terms of how you treat the people around you. One of the ways you treat people nice is by not volunteering as a bioterrorism weapon because you don't want to get vaccinated because of something that fucking Anderson Cooper said on CNN.
For someone who claims that conservatives have a hard time believing in science, you seem to not understand the idea that no one can spread a virus that they don't have.
And also,
she keeps repeating this. I don't understand her. Like, what is this point?
My rights aren't.
I'm not a bioterrorist weapon by going to the grocery store if I don't have a virus. Your assumption that everyone else you come into contact with, if they are not vaccinated, must have COVID is ridiculous.
I don't think he said that, yo.
Increased probability.
No, but like my rights are not subject.
Probability? What the fuck does that even mean? She doesn't realize she's like a Schrodinger's cat of fucking coronavirus when she doesn't have her vaccine. And that cat may very well be dead if you're not like, I don't know. It's so difficult, dude. I feel like if you could sit down with somebody, or if I could, I won't put you guys in that situation. I don't have a lot of faith or confidence in your guys' abilities, but because you watch too much Destiny. But I feel like if I could just sit down with people and we like low-key recorded it, and I could just like talk with them, and there were no people in there, and they promised me like 4 hours of their time, I'm pretty sure I could break some of this shit down. I'm pretty sure I could break like some of it down. No phones, no Googling, just like you and me in a Faraday cage for 4 hours. Like I'm pretty certain I could make like a little bit of progress at the very least. I would be like super interested in doing that. I broke one in about a minute. Cause like I had roommates and stuff that were hardcore into ideas like women are naturally subservient and they have all these natural issues with them and shit. And like over a couple of conversations over weed, I got them to back out of that like pretty quickly. Same with incel shit. The same dude got into like incel shit and he was hot. And I was like, bro, how do you think this? We made him a Tinder app. I sent messages and then like we broke him out of it like really quick. I feel like with a decent strategy and with like rapport building, I feel like you can get pretty far with people. You just cannot at any point be aggressive and stuff, or you lose them like almost immediately. It's like animal meat and fear. Like you can't let the fear get into the animal at all. You can't like let them see the knife. You have to be like super duper duper careful in your approach. Because if at any point they feel threatened or whatever, you're fucked. Yeah, this is just like word vomit probably, but it's something I think about. Yeah, all incel needs to get laid and done. I don't think that's it, because this dude had been laid before. It's more so that he thinks that like, or he thought that like, women were all like super high-key bitchy and they wanted to dominate men, and that's how women are raised today, and they've sought too much power in society, so now they're like exacting their will upon men and punishing them and all this other shit. And then he would like see these patterns in all of like women's behaviors. Like he would act super passive aggressive thinking he's being super calm and nice, and then a woman like would respond negatively to it. She'd like pick up on it and be snippy, and then he'd be like, this is what I'm talking about, dude. Fucking they are bitches, bro. Every single one of them, man. They're just like that. That's how they're fucking programmed, dude. That's how God made them. it's not between me and them, dude. I didn't like, that's just how they're raised. This society, man. And I'm like, Jesus, dude. Like, maybe she picked up that you're being an asshole, bro. I don't know. Yeah.
To your inability to assess risk properly. You're talking about people.
And what broke him out of it is, at least in part, is he was like, women are always looking to like, women are always looking to like prove that men are this and men are that and men are like trying to do this and they're always trying to get us in trouble for that. And I was like, so you don't want them to do that, right? Like, you don't want them to like judge you based on that shit or make all those assumptions. And if they're making those assumptions, it basically poisons any interaction you have with them, right? Because like, if you're starting off on that foot, everything's fucked, right? He's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, like, even if you were being nice, like that could be like distorted and misinterpreted, right? Into like a whole other way. And even if you did mean something bad and it was like a little bad thing, they would interpret it to the biggest fucking thing in the world. They'll blow it up. He's like, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And I'm like, all right. So when you're doing this because you think that all women are like this, and this, and you're constantly looking to like get that out of them by looking deep into their behavior, and you have all these preconceived ideas, you kind of kill everything too, right? And it's like 2 days later, he was like, I thought more about that shit. And like, thanks for like pointing that out. I hadn't really thought about it like that. Thanks for not making it weird. I think I'm just like not having a good time, and work is really stressful. And I haven't been having any like luck with women. And there was this bitch at the grocery store that was like this, and my mom was like this, and this chick at the bank was like this. And I think I'm just like looking too deep into shit. Stuff's just not going great for me, and whatever. And he like introspected and he figured it all out. And it was like, you kind of just have to be patient with people. You have to like lay the seeds, and you have to be chill. Otherwise they will like not sit and think on it for very long, right? So I don't know, dude. This sounds like Peter Coffin's catfish story. What about his girlfriend? You guys were high though at the time? Yeah. Wouldn't this make him more vulnerable to opening up to it? Maybe. But it's not like he changed his mind on everything in the moment. He had to sit with it for like at least a couple of days. Because I remember we did work together on the weekend where he was commenting on like one of the clients we were working with. And then we smoked when we got back home. And then it wasn't until like sometime in the middle of the week that he got back to me. Because by the next weekend, we did another job and he was like super cordial with people and he wasn't bringing that shit up anymore. I had an MGTOW dude complain about how all the girls around him were super immature. Spoiler, he was in high school. What's the percentage of time when he was high during that time? Probably pretty high. It was like a stoner house.
Afraid to leave their homes because of the coronavirus. You're talking about children being afraid to go to school, or parents afraid for their children to go to school. The risk is near zero.
Did I get the point where he roasted her? I think we already passed it, right?
Zero. Also, when Biden was announcing the vaccine mandates and what he was proposing, he said breakthrough cases were 1 in 5,000. Breakthrough hospitalizations, again from the president, were 1 in 160,000. I think 1 in 160,000 is not enough to infringe on other people's rights. Jack said it earlier. If COVID was 10 times, 20 times more deadly and more deadly for children, we'd be having a different conversation. But we need to assess
you also wouldn't have to mandate it.
The answer to this is simple.
You wouldn't have to mandate it. People would go get it.
You vaccinate, everyone vaccinates. Then you will plug into Zuckerverse. And in Zuckerverse, we will all vaccinate each other multiple times a day. You'll be taking every new vaccine. Then the pill comes out. The injections will continue until compliance has been achieved.
So just to attempt to get us back on topic.
But there is no...
How are my German folks in the audience feeling? Are you liking this? You getting anything out of this? Is Revan in here? How are you guys feeling about this one? It's not deadly enough is a real argument. Yeah. I struggle with this. When you say something like it's not deadly enough is a real argument, yeah. That's a pretty like I don't know if it's just because I think of normal people in my head when I think about these arguments, but like to a normal person, that makes a ton of sense. If it only kills like 1 in every 10,000 people, I don't understand probability super well. Yeah, that doesn't really sound that bad. Like, why are we going crazy if it only kills 1 in 10,000 people? It's not that big of a deal. Like, why are we treating it like this? And then if I compare it to other diseases and they're way worse, then I have enough of a sense of scale to be like, well, maybe we shouldn't really care about this one. It seems like everybody catches it. It's super duper contagious. The vaccines only work for so long. The masks don't even work completely. Like, maybe we just fucking deal with it, dude. Because I can't go to work if we keep taking this shit so seriously. Like, normal people, this is like a very easy thought process to go through. So when you're like surprised that that's a real argument, I struggle to see where that surprise is coming from. Like, to me, yeah, I could see a lot of people having that belief. Like, and I hear it repeated an awful lot. So I don't know, dude. I don't know. Isn't corona a leading cause of death? I don't know, dude. Of course, it is a real argument. We use the same arguments for side effects of medicine for people to take certain medicine. Yeah, I just like, just think about that, dude. Like, it's very easy for a lot of these arguments, especially when taken without any other information, to be something that people believe in. So don't be too surprised with them.
I mean, there is a bigger question here, right? And I think we should separate the two over vaccines being.
Do you believe we'll have time for questions in just 1 second? But do you believe that the government?
Be very quiet,
some people
audience.
phrase it
We don't
this
want to
way.
hear from
Do
you.
you believe that the government owns individuals or individuals own themselves? And is this a part of our?
What the fuck kind of question is this? What? The issue is the overloading of hospital systems, not just deaths. You don't need to preach to me about the fucking coronavirus. I was so specific. I was addressing one person who was surprised about the death thing being an argument. And I explained why people, and I even said, especially if it's the only argument that they have and they're not educated on anything else, I'm sorry. Yeah, like, don't do this to me, bruh, because you know it's going to fucking trigger the fuck out of me. Like, you know, I don't want to have a Hassan moment with you, you know. Aw, he's sorry, though. I know. That's why I'll stop. But, like, yeah, you know it's going to trigger me, bruh.
Our American narrative that we've lost. Like, what did the founders intend when they talk about liberty? When I asked the first question on this panel, like, how do you define the founding principles if you were to explain them to a child? Like, what is America? What does it mean to be an American? Does anybody have an answer for that?
Well,
how do you define?
There are no rights. Rights come from me if I give them to you. You're not allowed to have these silly things. You're silly people. There are no rights. The government, we or that approved candidate or have
what
arguments.
What the fuck? What happened to his accent?
Obey what we tell you. We did approved source asking this approved question or that approved question, but at the end of the candidate or that approved make you think you have a right to. We'll obey what we tell you. We might make you think you have a right to vote for this approved candidate or that approved candidate or.
That he got lost in the R's there, and it just turned into something else.
Have arguments from this approved source.
And then he like starts talking from his throat.
Source and that approved source asking this approved question or that approved.
And then he has the weird "the" in there still. Do Russians even do that? I don't approve of this. It's like a different kind of Z. Ich.
Approved question, but at the end of the day, you have nothing. This is silly.
Jack has the weirdest filibusters. I was gonna say, I think fundamentally, like the American identity, like we should all have an understanding of what like the principles of America mean. Like I want to move past that. I think fundamentally what separates Americans from other peoples in other nations around the world is that we have like an optimistic mindset, and this is in part due to our structure of government. Like people always say, we're the first nation to put freedom of religion in the Constitution. We're also the first nation to put intellectual property rights in the Constitution, because the idea of America is that if you invent it, you own it, you take it as far as you can take it, because it's your adventure. And we see the American optimism in different aspects of our lives. Go watch the ending of a British sitcom. The joke is always on the main character. American sitcoms always uplift the main character. This is because fundamentally we're an optimistic people, and we shouldn't lose the fact that we're an optimistic people. The Hollywood ending.
Oh, you want something really cool while we're on the topic of German accents? So, lady I really like. I think this will just bring it up. There we go. So Sabine, she is German. Sabine is this lady that does a lot of videos on physics and other stuff. She talks about science at large and what's going on in the scientific community and yada, yada, yada. So she does a lot of these videos. I think they're really good. Definitely watch her on higher speeds because she talks very, very slow. She does this whole thing on how to speak like Einstein. And I think the way it's set up is really, really cool. So she has a sentence and she's talking about how every single sound is changed, right? She goes through all the sounds to make the accent work. And so she starts changing each of the letters. It reminds me of this TikTok. To pronounce English. It was on like a cringe Reddit, and I didn't understand why it was on a cringe Reddit. I think it's this one, Learning English TikTok cringe. No, it's not. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? It was this guy that was, I think, Chinese, and he was teaching people how to like speak natural English. Oh yeah, 1 sec. Okay, yeah, get on that. Wow, 1,000 sec. Thank you, Daniel.
Are you in Romania because of a girl or no?
No, I wish, dude. I wish. Believe me. The Romanian women do be kind of cute, though they do not necessarily be aging super well. Discover Chinese teaching English and how it is largely spoken in the U.S. It might be this. Here you go, Bookie. Oh, I found it. Wow, we're just as quick. This is really cool. I don't know why it was on TikTok cringe, though. I didn't think it was very cringe.
来读一遍。I don't know what you are talking about. 哎呀，人读你读到好似打鼓咁樣嘅，懂得，不用這樣子的。你聽我讀一遍啊，好吧？來 ，I don't know what you're talking about。哇，好標準。嗱，我教你一個技巧，好不好？非常簡單，把所有這些 T 變不見，不要讀它。嗱，比方說這個，你剛剛讀什麼？懂的。現在呢？懂。就是了。 之前讀什麼 ？What。現在讀什麼 ？What。非常好。這個呢 ？About。現在呢 ？About。非常好。你剛剛把這個讀成什麼 ？Talking。哎呀，這沒有 feel。現在你把這個 K 呀、變成梗，也就是 talking。Talking。對啦，來最後一個知識點，你剛剛這個讀什麼 ？You are。哎呀，沒有 feel。現在直接把它變成揪耳。中文啊。中文。揪耳。揪耳。行。好，我現在教你的所有技巧。 放在里面重新讀一遍，看看有沒有不一樣，好不好？來，1、2、3。I don't know what you're talking about。是不是不一樣啊？是不是標準很多啊？嘿嘿，我都說了嘛。想學更多的英語知識，記得關注我。來，繼續。
So, like, you could say that they're acting and whatever, but this method of teaching, and if he's a real tutor, I really like this. I think this is really cool. And it's something that we also see in Sabine's video here, where we have this line and we're going to walk through all of the steps until we finally change everything in here and highlight it so you know how to pronounce it for the accent. And I think that this is like really cool. And it reminded me of this English video. And like, I didn't get why this was in cringe. I remember it bothered me for like a whole day. I was like, why do people think this is cringe? Like, look, it's in r/TikTok cringe. Like, I guess it's best and worst, but I think this is really good. And like, as a tutor, I like making documents and stuff that are like this too, but for math or for essay writing. And I love the reactions from the student, whether they're fucking made up or not. Getting those kinds of reactions from a student is something that really happens in tutoring, especially as you get better at it. Like once you've covered a topic several different times and you have several different ways of explaining it, and you're really hitting on the ones that are working with students, it's super duper rewarding to get that response from them. And like, I love everything about this TikTok. So I figured while I saw the opportunity, I would take to transition from the Posobiec cringe accent to explain something I thought was really cool. So I would recommend both of those things. They're kind of interesting. For Reddit, TikTok equals cringe. That sucks. Obviously, it's cringe because it's related to learning. Okay. This is similar to the method I used to learn a rough German accent for a D&D character. Interesting. Yeah. Do you guys remember the white nationalist Japanese YouTuber speaking really broken English and shitting on black people because he couldn't pronounce the L? Jesus, bruh. Oh, that doesn't find him. It's not Japanese man Yuta, it's somebody else. I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't think we'll find him. Does anybody remember what his channel is called? Post the lady. Couldn't see the channel name. It's Sabine. Just look up Sabine Science. Sabine. It is this? That is minus 10,000 points. You are going to jail for 24 hours. Congratulations, John. Oh, John. Oh, John. Oops. Do they stack? They stack. I'll see you for 172,000 seconds. Goodbye. Isn't he Nobita? Oh, yeah, it's Nobita. Black people. Oh, no. Oh.
Tell me, where is the white privilege? I just can't find it.
Oh, it's a reaction video. Where is this actual video? Everybody's stealing his shit, dude. Everybody's stealing. Everybody's thieving. It's these thieving people that are taking all of this content. Oh, we're going deep into the memes here. Oh, this video is pretty tame.
まず言いたいのが、この動画は決して黒人の人や
黒人 Just say it how you want to say it, bro. Use the other K word. Oh, my Japanese viewers at home know what I mean. Okay, let's just go ahead and continue with this.
When Hollywood used to reflect our values more is a thing because that is reflective of our American values that we want the hero to win. We want, like, we're rooting for good over evil, not to make it so dramatic like that. That's not the same in other nations, and I see us becoming more cynical, less optimistic, talking about subversive things like national divorce, just giving up, packing it in, dividing up the country as if that's not going to lead to a civil war. So we got to hold on to that optimistic ideal because that's what America is. It's the adventure, not the result.
There's a great kind of like it's one of those memes that's out there, and it's it's talking about the differences in literature. So for different societies, and so the
Hey, Booksmart's 4 hours in your BX Bullet Destiny review. You are a fucking machine. No, you know what? You want to know who's a fucking machine, dude? Fuck this stupid conversation. You want to know who's a fucking machine? My fucking editor, Tack. Tack is a goddamned machine. Tack is a goddamned machine. How can I send this in a way where it will not be get me in trouble? I will save it this way. Yes. Excellent. Yes. I think this will be fine. And it's privated, so it doesn't even matter if you guys can see the link. Okay, sick. Guys, I will give you a sneak preview of a video that we have coming out on the channel. I'm going to give you...
This conversation drove me nuts. Be real with you. Let's give our usual disclaimers, okay? We are operating with hindsight. I am not being...
I'm FFing it, so sorry, VOD people.
React Andy today. All of this is prepared. I have watched this conversation through numerous times. I've done a line by line off stream. I've invested like over 6, maybe 8 hours into like actually watching it over and over, and many more hours thinking about it, okay? And hours discussing it with you guys on the Discord. We talked about that earlier this morning because I couldn't sleep because this conversation fucking haunted me, okay? You wanna know why it haunted me? Well, here's the thing. There's a difference, okay, between my personal opinion and the perspective that the review has to take, right? The review is going to be locked down to the conversation as we're watching it and the insights that I gain through going through line by line. My personal opinion has what Destiny likes to call inferences. They're my hunches. I like my hunches, but I feel like sometimes you guys can get mixed up with what is my hunch and what do I think we're looking at in a review. This happened with the Valkyrie drama. Like I have my personal idea about what's going on with Valkyrie, and then we have the review. And I think when this becomes...
So I want to show you something in particular. Look at how Tak is doing callbacks. Look at how good this is.
He's playing League. We can see it happen over the course of the conversation. There's a flow to it. In the very beginning, he mentions that he's anal about conversations regarding, gun safety and things like this.
I don't know if we're going to disagree too much on this.
We're going to hardcore disagree. Gun safety is like one of the things I'm the most anal about.
So he's already starting off on this foot. He's upset by her tweet.
You were literally tweeting though, like it's Alec Baldwin's fault for not checking the gun.
But I don't think he gets like very like mad, or we don't start to see the rage build until about the 10-minute mark. BXBullet makes a point about shared blame, and that triggers him a little bit.
We don't know if this was Alec Baldwin's fault or if there were other people on set that were responsible. My understanding is that
shared blame.
Okay, no, hold on. No.
And then if we look a little bit further to around 20 minutes in, that's when we start seeing the comments about like he's a Trump hater and you're happy that these people died and that kind of shit.
I don't care about the fake sympathy for the Trump hater. I don't care about any of that. I don't give a fuck. It absolutely is. Okay? Yeah, absolutely. I don't care. Okay. All I'm saying is that right now, because you're giving me this whole spiel about it's tragic. I don't care about any of that.
You having an alright night, Destiny?
Yeah, it sucks that like so many people like you are so gleefully happy that like the Trump assaulter like shot and killed a woman. You're so happy. You love it, dude. You saw this and you were jumping for joy, like, oh yes, that motherfucker killed somebody. Hell yes. That is absolutely what you were thinking. You couldn't wait to make those tweets.
I think that's where we really start to cross the line, and that's between the 20 and the 30-minute mark.
And it just, look at how long it is. It was an 8-hour VOD. The video is 16 minutes long. 16 minutes. And if I scroll through this timeline, we are constantly jumping to these things. And Tak does such a good job of like jumping between these as necessary very, very quickly. And the video is just like super well done. So definitely claps for Tak. Definitely claps for Tak. Another thing. And I think that, like, I sometimes get weird reactions from people in my my private life, right? Other streamers and stuff, about how much time I spend off stream. Over the last like 2 years, and especially over the last few months, if not year, I've been working really hard at creating systems so that we can put these out quickly in the best way possible, in the most condensed way possible, taking feedback from you guys. Remember, we had a whole stream dedicated to criticism. And I don't know if you remember this, but one of the biggest things that you guys gave me that I didn't even come up with is that you needed these shorter and stuff. And so behind the scenes, we've been working really hard to make that happen. So I've encouraged Tak to look into ways of doing that with the editing. Tak gave me feedback on how I can make his job easier. We've worked together on how to like make these cuts and stuff really good. He has talked with August and learned from August. And then I structure all of the prep such that we can very quickly do this kind of summarized thing at the beginning that could be turned into this kind of video, and that I have all of it built around references that could be easily found within the video. Like, everything has been so structured and iterated over time, and I'm finally starting to see what the final version of this content is. And I think that this is it. It's going to be anywhere between 10 to like 20-minute condensed, very dense summaries of what the review would be with these interspersed, little bits here. And this isn't even like the final version. We have a bunch of stuff we're going to add and change here, and then it'll be good to go, right? So yeah, I just want to say that like we're working really hard on this, and I think that it's entering its final form, and like soon enough, the only involvement that I'll have with the video making process is writing the prep and recording the VOD. And that's it. And then I will be all done. And once we hit that point, my time is freed up so much that I can do other stuff. Like right now we're working on a Squid Game video with another editor, and I'm writing a whole script for that thing, and it's going to be done completely off stream. And hopefully that one will turn out good. And then you guys can get that. And then again, we embark on this process of making that happen much quicker. If my involvement can be limited to a day or two of work, and then somebody else works on it for a few days or however long it takes to edit the videos, I can just pump scripts out like all the time. I can just do recordings all the time, and we can put out a ton of content and a ton of videos. And if those take off and those do even better than the stream, then great. If I can make passive income to pay all my editors and do other stuff with the YouTube, that would be awesome. Like if I made review videos of other stuff that is not fucking insular Twitch politics, and those videos make like, I don't know, like a few $100 per video or something like that, or even better, like they get, hundreds of thousands of views or something, then, stuff changes. So like now that I have wiggle room and I have all my prep and stuff done for these debate reviews, and I can pump them out and do them like reasonably well, and this is the final product, now I'm able to try other stuff that will hopefully like build us up a little bit more. We're going to be launching a TikTok soon. We're going to be putting out a bunch of TikToks that are way shortened versions of the stuff that we talk about on stream. Just trying to expand now that I have the wiggle room to expand, because I have people helping me. I have a whole team working on the booksmarts.gg, and they're more or less self-contained. I have an assistant person who works with me on specific work days when I'm not streaming to make sure I get as much done as possible. Everything's coming together work-wise, and I just want to let you guys know that, and thank you for all the help, all the support. I think that compared to other channels with similar incomes or with similar viewership or following, I think we've done a lot more at the very least behind the scenes in terms of working with other people, utilizing my experience as like a business owner in the past and a team manager, right? And now that my teams are being created and they're being formed and they are operating even independently of me, like it's all finally coming together, and I don't feel like a weirdo for working, like 8 to 10 hours off stream on days that I don't even stream on stuff that you guys don't get to see, because like now it's all starting to pay off. A lot of that is due to your guys' help. If you guys didn't make this channel financially feasible through donations, through subs, through gifts, through super chats, this wouldn't be possible. And even with what I'm making, which again is like what some people are even struggling to live off of, like, I've taken a ton of that, not spent it on myself, spent it on doing all this, spent all of my free time on this stuff. Like, that's also why I don't feel bad about like having people volunteer either, is it's like a lot of my time goes unpaid to do this stuff. Like, a lot of it doesn't directly go into a product. A lot of it doesn't like directly go into a stream that's going to make money, So there's just been a lot of time that just never made economic sense. And soon enough, hopefully in the next year, it will. And soon enough, like, I hope that the next step is it makes economic sense for the people working a ton with me, right? And like, I'm very, very happy. You sound pretty happy about this. I am really happy about this. Like, because I don't feel like I'm crazy anymore. Like I always felt crazy, like building documents on like how an assistant would help me with stuff, and building documents on how somebody could check a video and do all these checks to make sure it's perfect when it goes out, or building an entire style guide for editors when I only have one. Like all this stuff felt crazy, but I knew that like, while I have an abundance of time now, I should invest in these working documents, in these workflows, and think them through, because that way, as the stream develops, I'm able to capitalize on every inch of ground you guys give me with payment. I want to be like honoring what you guys are giving me. And that's why I don't know if you guys notice this, after every time that there's a stream where like we do really well, I'm super comfortable with taking a ton of time outside of the stream and just like work. All right, let's go. What can I do with that? I can like get this editor on board. I can pay for this. I can get graphics. I can, I can pay tax some money. Like I can do more stuff, and it's all super helpful. Thank you, Chodole. So yeah, there's all my updates on that. And with that, I think it will be good to end the stream. Thank you to everybody who has helped support the stream so far and who continues to support the stream. I hope today was fun. I know it's not a prep thing. I'm working on more of those. Hopefully I'll have one by the end of this week. I'm thinking that we're going to pick a debate and go through it and do that. If you would like to give me input on a debate that you would like to see a line by line done for, let me know. ! Discord. Go in the Discord, go to the vote suggestions channel, and give me a link to a debate that you would like to see me go through, or a conversation that you would like to see me do a line by line for. Clearly today was not one that I ever would have done a line by line for, but if you have something more serious, let me know. Do you want Haas versus Destiny? Is that something you're looking for? Are you looking for Cherry versus her stepdad on vaccines? Is that something you're interested in? There's a lot of really good options right now. If I don't hear back from you guys, I'll pick one and go with it. But otherwise, let me know. So that would be really cool. Rest up, book. We got a big day tomorrow. True. I will talk to all of you guys later. Let me find a place to put you. Only John Zerka is live right now. I'm open to suggestions because I don't necessarily feel comfortable doing that. I'm late. Well, I mean, you can catch the YouTube VOD and watch it at 2x or whatever. So check out the YouTube channel. Subscribe. I'll probably do timestamps on that before I go to bed. So Wes, by the way. Okay. Raid Pestily? I don't know who these people are. I know who Wes is, but he's kind of just a memer. Pestily is playing crab game. I don't know who this is. Might as well send us to train if it's Zerka. Yeah. Well, I don't know who this Pestily guy is. Why do you want this guy? We'll do except not on 2x. Okay. Fuck it. Host these owls. Who? Hoot House live stream? What is this? No, I'm not hosting owls. Get out of here. I'd rather do Pestily. At least that's a person. He's super wholesome, sends all of his donations to charity. Okay. Well, then I'll send you guys there. /raid Pestily. Host these nuts. I can't, dude. They're already occupied with your mom. Oh, shit. Oh, I can't. Hold on. I tried to raid in his channel. I typed the raid command in his channel. Oops. It's like, bro, you can't do that, yo. He was one of the biggest streamers last year. Interesting. Well, have a good time with Pestily. I will talk to all of you guys later. Enjoy. Looks like he's playing some kind of Squid Game thing and he donates all of his stuff to charity. Sounds like a wholesome dude. Enjoy. I will talk to you all later. Goodbye, Twitch chat. And to my YouTube people, I have appreciated your company. I will talk to all of you later. Hope you enjoyed the VOD. And see ya.